Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey, what little baby? Michelle, how are you? Hey Mar, a lot more man, how are you? Hey Crime Crazy. Hey Julie, how are you? Hey Tara, Irene, Pickle Me Elmo, how are you? Hey Jan, hey Sitha, Miss Honeypenny, how are you? Binky Bear, how are you? Hey Just Ann, Philly Sports, how you doing tonight? Hey Werewolf Queen, how are you? Marissa, how are you? Okay, let's see. Hold on, I gotta pin my thing to the top up here. Hey JB, hey Shane, Princess Megan, how are you? Laura, how are you tonight? Hey Tonka. Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm just moving all my stuff around still. Let's see. Hoping good news. Court not until June 26th. Like a little over 5 months. Great White, how are you? And yes, rest in peace, Lisa Marie Presley. I heard that she passed away today. Okay, and Marshmallow, I don't think you're Brian Kohberger's lawyer. I mean, being that there is a gag order and all that, you know. Hey, the suspect way, how are you? A voice for hope, how are you? Indianapolis, how are you tonight? Yeah, everything on my desk is like all messed up and moved around like it's not supposed to be sitting like this or something. Esther, how are you? Let's see, the guy from AWP. When was that? When did that happen the suspect way? Okay. Let's see, the William Charles BK's lawyer. Okay, well, obviously he doesn't know what a gag order means then if he's in here claiming to be the lawyer for Sparky bait. Lord, y'all, my son has done something in the kitchen. Hey, Sean, how are you? Yeah, Laura, that's our new name for Kohberger. I was calling him douche pickle, but then everybody was like, "No, don't include pickle in it." Hey, peace in a pod, how are you? Yeah, great white, I saw him. I actually got a picture of it because I didn't know if everybody had seen it or not. Hey, 9 millimeter, how are you? And so I got a screenshot of it, and it kind of looked like he was in a fight, but then the sheriff there says that it's allegedly from cheap razors that they use in the uh in the court or in the jail. Philly sports, how are you? Hold on one second, y'all. All right. Hey, Sinful Butterfly, how are you? Jen, how are you? I'm gonna grab that picture right now. Hey, Carrie, how are you? Let's see, where did that picture go? The razor was saying you're gonna fail. Yeah, yeah, I think the razor won. That's what it looks like anyway. All right. Well, apparently, I emailed it to myself, but I didn't put it on the computer. One second, y'all. Okay. Jody is cool. How are you? Hey, allegedly Annie. How are you? All right. Mm, give me a second, y'all. I'm fixing to get it pulled up here. Okay. Here we go. Well, I said here we go. Give me just a second, y'all. Take it a minute. Because at first, whenever I was watching after, they were like showing the court video or whatever, I thought he got into a fight with someone. That's really what it looks like. Can everybody see that? Hey, the post office prince. How are you? Okay. All right. I probably will have to zoom in. I was trying to get one. I wanted one more of this one over here, but I couldn't find one. He's got fingerprint bruises on his neck. Michelle, where do you see that at? Because I seen somebody else was talking about that they thought they saw bruises on him as well. Hey, Vapor, how are you? But I don't know. I don't see where everybody's talking about the bruises unless I'm just looking at a different picture than everyone else is looking at. He can't shave right. They're claiming it's from cheap razors. Oh, the front of the neck. Okay, so yeah, I can't see it from there. Let's see. I'm pretty sure those cuts and marks are from single blade razors. Hey, Vaughn, how are you? Because it's like all underneath his jawline right here is like all cut up, and then he's got that one on his cheek that looks it's a like it's a scratch on his front of his face there. Gator, how are you? Hey, Street Legal. Okay, as he walks in, look at it like his cheek is bruised. Doggone crazy, how are you? Do y'all think though that they would, because they're claiming that he's like away from all the other inmates. Do you think one of the guards might have roughed him up? Where is it? Irene, I hadn't heard about that. And then I seen where someone else said it looked like he had lost some weight too. Hey, Collins Avenue, how are you? Because the short features of his face makes problem when shaving. I have same problem. Okay. Uh, hmm, I don't know, but even his profile is scary looking. Yeah, I'm Kaz. How are you? Sean, I don't know. I don't know how many inmates are in there. I figured they would just bring the inmates over. I don't know if there's a detention center close to there, and maybe they would just bring the inmates over for court or like a holding place, maybe short-term holding place. But they're claiming that they have him away from all of the other inmates. Charmaine, how are you? Let's see. Now, Princess Megan, I did hear that whenever he was in Pennsylvania, that one of the inmates threatened to unalive him. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what had been said. That someone who either worked in the jail or was in the jail at the time that he was there said that there was an inmate that threatened him. Hey, Yorkie Mama, how are you? Charmaine, I'm doing good, thank you. Mickey, how are you? Okay, so has everyone saw the court video? It's literally like 5 minutes is all his court was today. Yorkie Mama, I'm doing good. Saw a bit of it, yes. Okay. Let me get it. I'm gonna go ahead and play it just in case there's some in here that hasn't seen it. I thought like they were saying it lasted like 10 minutes. I literally thought that it would have been 10 minutes. It wasn't even 5. It's like ridiculously short. I cannot believe Lisa Marie Presley passed away today either. That is crazy. Okay, give me a second. Hey Cheryl, how are you? White Widow Baby, whenever I seen it, I thought of you because I knew you were like a huge Elvis fan. Cherokee Raider, how are you? The last panel was on. It should be just. Oh, Cherokee Raider. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, give me a second. I gotta find because that wasn't the one that I wanted. I may have to use it. Shit. It's the one I wanted to use. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. Pull it up here. Let's see. Well, did they say how Lisa Marie passed away? And Cherokee Raider, keep us posted on how you're doing, okay? Idaho is mad at Nancy Grace. I see where Nancy Grace had went out there. Oh, a cardiac arrest. Okay. Um, I seen where Nancy Grace had went out there and she was sitting out by the house with a table and all that. Let's see. All right, so she had a heart attack. That's sad. Because now all she's got left is what, her daughter? She only had 2 kids, wasn't it? For internal pacemaker, eventually life support. Oh, wow. Nancy Grace canceled on Twitter? So did they get rid of Nancy Grace on Twitter? Because that's what, Troll just showed me on he's scrolling through YouTube, and, oh, she had 4 kids, okay. And, it said that Nancy Grace had been canceled on Twitter. Okay, yeah, I knew her son had passed away a few years ago. Uh, I remember seeing a picture of him. He looked just like Elvis. Okay, because Nancy Grace set up a lemonade stand in front of oh, wow. Yeah, it's like a little bit it must've been a card table. It was like a little small table that she had set up out there, and she had, like, the camera and the light shining down on her, and she was sitting, like, off to the side of the house. Alright, so real quick, I wanna address something before I start playing this. I shoulda did it at the beginning of it and just thought about it. Um, a few nights ago, I can't remember if it was last night or night before, like, last, someone had mentioned something about, one of the family members of the victims, and it wasn't in a good way. You know, if we're gonna speak about the victims' families, I want it to be in a positive note, nothing negative, and not in a bad way. If that happens, you will be timed out. If it continues to happen, you will be blocked, no questions asked. So I just want to put that out there because, I know that Kaylee's dad has watched the channel. I've spoken with him through email and on Facebook Messenger. I don't like they have enough going on. They don't need any more stress or having to worry about people in the public saying bad things about them. So I just wanted to put that out there. If you want to do it, you don't like them, whatever. That's you. Just don't. Please don't bring it into my chat. Okay. And another thing, while I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna open up panel later on tonight after we get through everything. Um, if we have multiple people up on panel, for the most part, the panels have been good. Everybody's enjoyed them. But if we have multiple people up on the panel, you know, if you happen to come up, try not to talk over other people. Um, and hey, Callie, how are you? Jeanette, how are you? And no, like saying any inappropriate things or anything like that. Okay. And if anybody's come in to chat that I haven't spoke to, I do apologize, but thank you so much for being here with us tonight. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this, and it's only 5.5 minutes long. Um, so I'm gonna mute out. You're welcome, White Widow baby. I'm gonna mute out if y'all need my attention, can't hear it or whatever, just, the mods will let me know. Okay.
Right, good morning. We are on the record. This is cause number CR 29222805. This is State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. Mr. Kohberger is in custody. He is appearing here in court with his attorneys, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Logston, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings appearing on behalf of
Okay,
the
wait, y'all
state.
can't hear it?
This is the time.
All right, hold on. I've got it turned up as loud as it can go on here, but give me a second. Okay. Hey, James, how are you? Let me see if I can turn it up. I don't know if I can get it any higher on my computer, though. Let's see. All right. White Widow baby forgot to hit her volume button. Okay, so let's try it again. I'm gonna back it up.
Right, good morning. We are on the record. This is cause number CR 29222805. This is State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. Mr. Kohberger is in custody. He is appearing here in court with his attorneys, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Logston, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings appearing on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for the preliminary hearing status conference. So I am going to inquire of counsel. Ms. Taylor, what's the status at this time?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are going to ask the court to set preliminary hearing out into June. We would request the 3rd or 4th week of June and probably 4 or 5 days for preliminary hearing. Mr. Kohberger understands his right to a timely preliminary hearing, and he's willing to waive the timeliness to allow us time to obtain discovery in this case and be prepared.
And Mr. Thompson, are you in agreement with that?
The state has no objection to that, Your Honor. Ms. Taylor reached out to us by email yesterday with her proposal. On reflection, the state's calendar would be better in the month of July, but we will make the end of June work if that's the court's preference. And I haven't had a chance to talk to Ms. Taylor about that. I'm sorry, I know that's last minute.
That's okay. The court's calendar is going to be better towards the end of June, early July. So would that work, Ms. Taylor, for your scheduling on your other matters?
Your Honor, yes, if we take that 4th week in June, that's actually best.
Okay. So, Mr. Kohberger, I need to speak to you for a moment then. Sir, you do understand, and Ms. Taylor has represented here, that she's advised you of your right to have or fully discussed with you the right that you have, which is to have your preliminary hearing within 14 days of the date that you initially appeared before this court. As you recall, when I advised you of your rights, that hearing is a probable cause hearing where the state has to establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. If you waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing, it does not mean that you're giving up your right to have a preliminary hearing. It simply means that you would not be able to come back and challenge that the state did not present probable cause within 14 days. Do you understand?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Taylor about your decision to waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to do so?
No.
Then I will ask at this time, as to the 5 counts, felony counts that were charged in the criminal complaint that was filed on December 29th of 2022, are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing and agreeing that that hearing can be held outside the 14-day period?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, do you concur with his waiver?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
I will find your waiver of speedy preliminary hearing is knowing, intelligently, voluntarily entered here in open court with the assistance of counsel. We will go ahead and set the matter for a preliminary hearing. Beginning Monday, June 26th at 9:00 a.m. And I will go ahead and reserve the week, so June 26th to June 30th, in the event that we need all 5 days for presentation of evidence. And just so council knows, it will begin at 9 a.m. each of those days. Is there anything further to address at this time in the case, Mr. Thompson?
Not from the state's perspective, Your Honor, no.
Or Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kohberger, then you will be remanded into custody on your same no bail at this point in time, pending further proceedings. Again, we'll send notice out to council and we will be in recess for this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. I know it was really low, but what they were saying was that, hold on, I gotta get back in my chat. His next court appearance will be June the 26th. And that will be his preliminary hearing. So it'll be June the 26th at 9 a.m. Irene, he's gone. I blocked him. Okay. Let's see. So no, he doesn't get any bail. So he has to remain in jail. He will remain there. Like I said, he goes to court again June 26th at 9 a.m. And the judge is allowing 5 days for the hearing. So they'll have like that whole week, like the 26th is on a Monday. So they'll have that whole week. And then also I have got, let me grab them real quick. His attorney put out a request for discovery. And a lot of people, oh shit, I gotta cut my phone down. A lot of people were asking about the whole co-defendant thing that's in it. And Dino, how are you? All right. Okay, let me get it pulled up here real quick so y'all know what I'm talking about. gonna zoom in because I can't see it. I'm not gonna read this whole thing. It is on my Twitter. Pray for rock and roll. How are you? And Commander, how are you? Hold on, y'all. My daughter is texting me. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. Anyway, so I did go put it on I posted it or tweeted it out today. So if criminology. Oh my gosh, these people. So anyway, so I put it on Twitter. If y'all don't follow me on Twitter and you do have Twitter, please go follow. I've been posting a lot of stuff on there. Jay, look, how are you? And I did put all of this on there. I don't think they posted in order, but it does have the pages numbered at the bottom. All right, let's see. With the warrant for his apartment only being sealed until, wait, I thought it was sealed till March the 1st. Is it April? They may extend that because of his next hearing being in June. I'm still curious to see why they sealed it and worded it the way that they did about it being um, a threat to the public in an imminent, like how they worded it. I think it was an imminent danger and it can prematurely end the investigation and all this and that. I thought it was March 2, but they might have changed it. All right. All right, I'm just trying to make sure I've said hi to everybody. Okay, so there was several different things, and like I said, this is the defendant's request for a discovery pursuant to ICR 16. And I did go pull, I don't know if this is considered a statute or a code or whatever, but I did go search for it today because um, it could be April. I thought March, but I would have to go back and look. I mean, they change everything up in this whole case. Like they say one thing and then they change it to something else. So it could be April. But I did go uh, look this ICR 16 up because the whole part of the co-defendant thing, a lot of people were questioning it, wanting to know if there was a co-defendant and all this. Hey, Liza, how are you? And I wanted to know if that was just like something that they added in there because of it's actually in that code or whatever, or did they add it because they think that there is or know that there is a co-defendant? So I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to read part of it, but it just says that the prosecuting attorney comes now, Bryan C. Kohberger, by and through their attorney of record, Ann Taylor, public defender, and pursuant to Rule 16 of the Idaho Rules of Criminal Procedure, the Idaho Rules of Evidence, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, and Articles 1, 2, 13, and 17 of the Constitution of the State of Idaho. Hereby request the disclosure of information, evidence, and materials pursuant to ICR 16B 1 through 9 and the aforementioned constitutional provisions, including but not limited to the following information, evidence, and material. Hey, Brooklyn. B, how are you? Okay, so that was page 1. Now I got to go find page 2. Why is it not allowing me to? Oh, wait, this about pitch. Okay, hold on. I gotta go find page 2 because it's not gonna allow me to. Page. Here we go. Exit screaming. How are you? Okay. Oh shit. I'm not. Hold on, y'all. I'm not sharing. Okay. And can y'all see this okay, or do I need to, like, try to zoom it in a little bit more? Hey, J-Rock. Oh, this is page 4. Why is this not pulling up? Hold on, y'all. It's not. Why is it not pulling up my right stuff? What the hell? No, this is page 4. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I found page 2. Whenever I numbered them, I didn't put the right number on 4 and 2. Okay. All right. So this is page 2, and it just says copies thereof within the possession, custody, or control of the state, the existence of which is known or is available to the prosecuting attorney by the exercise of due diligence, and also the substance of any relevant oral statement made by the defendant, whether before or after arrest, to a peace officer, prosecuting attorney, or his agent, and the recorded testimony of the defendant before a grand jury which relates to the offenses charged. So this is like everything that they've listed here. This is everything that they're wanting um, in this request for discovery. So number 2 is the statements of co-defendant, and this is where a lot of people are getting mixed up at. Like I said, I went and pulled that code. I'll pull it up here in a minute. The website that has it all, it's basically all the same, pretty much word for word, verbatim. Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for the super chat. And it says, please pass this hug to the families. Thank you, honey. That's very nice of you. All right. So the statements of the co-defendants is any written or recorded statements by a co-defendant and the substance of any relevant oral statement made by a co-defendant, whether before or after arrest, in response to interrogation by any person known by the co-defendant to be a peace officer or agent of the prosecuting attorney, or which are otherwise relevant to the offense charged. Okay, number 3, they're wanting the defendant's prior records. Any copy of the defendant's prior record, if any, as is then or may become available to the prosecuting attorney. Number 4 is the documents and tangible objects. Permit the defendant to inspect and copy all books, papers, documents, photographs, tangible objects, and copies of and portions thereof, which are in the possession or control of the prosecuting attorney and which are material to the preparation of the defense or intended for use by the prosecutor as evidence at trial or obtained from or belonging to the defendant. And this is the reason why I never did legal transcription. It's hard enough to read. Just imagine having to type all this out. So number 5 is reports of examinations and tests permit to the defendant permit the defendant to inspect and copy any results or reports of physical and mental examinations and the scientific tests or experiments made in connection with a particular case that are in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecuting attorney, or the existence of which is known or is available to the prosecuting attorney by the exercise of due diligence. State witnesses. Provide a written list of the names, addresses, phone numbers, and/or other reasonable means of contact for all persons having knowledge of relevant facts who may be called by the prosecuting attorney as witnesses at trial, together with an NCIC report and a Spillman report for any such persons. So basically, they're wanting the the whole history of all these witnesses. Provide the statements made by the prosecution, a witness or prospective witnesses made to the prosecuting attorney or their agents or to any official involved in the investigatory process of the case. Okay, now I got to go find page 3. All right, and this includes statements to employees of, I don't know why it will not allow me. All right. Irene, thank you so much for that super sticker. All right, that was very nice of you. Thank you. Okay, now let me go hunt down page 3 real quick because for some reason it's not allowing me to skip to the next page like it usually does. Y'all go ahead and block Hamburger too, since he's obviously the same person as Marshmallow. Anybody else that comes in saying that same thing, just don't even worry about tying them out, just block them. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. Okay. All right, let me grab, I got page 3 here now. All right, so the prosecutor's office, such as witness coordinators and all members of any law enforcement agency that has any involvement in the matter, expert witnesses provide a written summary or report of any testimony that the state intends to introduce pursuant to Rules 702, 703, or 705 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence at Trial or Hearing. The summary provided must describe the witness's opinions, the facts and the data for those opinions, and the witness's qualifications. The underlying facts or data that form the basis of any expert testimony pursuant to Idaho Rule of Evidence 705. Disclosure of expert opinions regarding mental health shall also comply with the requirements of Idaho Code 18-207. Hey, Bugsy. All right, so they want police reports. Provide to the defendant all reports, all memoranda, and all rough notes or field notes of any agent, officers, and investigators involved in the investigation or prosecution of the defendant in connection with the above entitled case. They want digital media recordings, both audio and video files, released to defendant digital media that may or may not contain protected information as defined by ICR 16. The prosecuting attorney must state whether the disclosure contains protected information. All right, and then that's going to fall under 9A, unredacted digital media, release unredacted digital media to defense counsel for the purpose of expediting a resolution in a case prior to trial or hearing. And then under 9B, that's redacted digital media, provide redacted version or versions of digital media along with a written explanation of the information that was redacted. If the prosecuting attorney determines that the digital media contains protected information requiring redaction prior to disclosure. All right, so number 10, which is the search warrants. They want them to provide all documentation in support of any search warrant issued in connection with this case. Applications for search warrants, whether granted or denied, all affidavits, declarations, and material in support of such search warrants, all search warrants, and all search warrant returns and inventories. So that means everything that they took out of his office and his apartment. She's going to get all of that. Number 11 is the exculpatory evidence. Provide to the defendant and all material evidence within the scope of Brady versus Maryland 737 U.S. 83, which was in 1963, or United States versus Agars 427 U.S. 97 in 1976, Kyle versus Whitley 514 U.S. 419, 115 South Court 1555 in 1995. 1995, I'm sorry. Let's see. And the Pergini. Specifically, any and all favorable exculpatory evidence, information, and documents in possession of the prosecuting attorney's office and or other agency or person available to the prosecution through due diligence. All right, now let me go grab page 4. And it was actually a page 5, but it's all it is the his like the shit, his attorney. It's her signatures and stuff. Okay. So this will be the last page. I wasn't worried about her signatures and all that. Okay. All right, so number 12 is inducement. Provide to the defendant all documents pertaining to the existence and substance of any payments, promises of leniency, preferential treatment, or other inducements or threats made to prospective witnesses within the scope of the United States versus Giglio, 405 U.S. 150, 1972, and Nepu versus Illinois, 360 U.S. 264, 1959, and their Pergini. I'm probably not saying that word right. Identification, disclosure of whether a defendant or any other person was identified by lineup, show up, photo spread, or similar identification proceeding relating to the offense charged, and production of any pictures utilized or resulting therefore. And hold on, I gotta zoom this in. I can't see it. Okay, therefrom, and the names, addresses, and telephone numbers of all identifying witnesses. Evidence pursuant to IRE 404B, pursuant to the ICR 16A requirements of mandatory disclosure, the prosecution must disclose the general nature of evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts it intends to induce at trial as required by the IRE 404B. And it just says, see the state versus Gris 147, Idaho 205. It's like another case within the state of Idaho. So electronic surveillances disclose of the defendant's status as an aggrieved person as defined by the 18 U.S.C. 2510-11, if applicable, and copies of all records and recordings related to all electronic surveillance and set forth in writing the circumstances thereof. All right. So number 16 is the drug test. Provide a copy of all documentation generated as a result of performed drug tests by the state's agent for drug identification purposes, including types of tests performed in the case, testing procedures, reagents and/or solvents used in the testing, comparative analysis performed, and a number of experiments performed in each test. Subpoenas. Provide copies of each and every subpoena issued by the state to any person or entity, regardless of whether served or not in connection with the case. And then they want certifications. Please provide verification of the hire date of all law enforcement officers that may be called as a witness in this matter, who were involved in the investigation and or arrests in the case. Provide a copy of the post certification for all law enforcement officers identified above. So they'll have all that information on that as well. Lovable Mama Bear, how are you? So every cop that was involved in it, all these, I'm sure all the ones who I would assume the FBI as well, like every one of them. So we heard about her getting that other case overturned, but then the guy ended up being uh, convicted. But I don't know if she's going to be able to do that with this one or not. Callie, that's why I don't do legal transcription right there because of all of them crazy words that they put in there. Okay, so they're gonna give him a bond before if more things come to light. You think, Dino, he's gonna get a bond eventually? Okay, did I hear correctly that they want all search warrants involved in the case granted? Yes, Vapor, they want all search warrants, whether they were granted or not granted. Any of them that they try to go in and get a search warrant, at any time they want it, and also all the subpoenas, whether they were served or not. Okay, so many search warrants that they may have gotten or tried to get on. Yeah, any search warrant that has anything to do with this case, they want. So I don't know if there's any other places other than his job, his apartment. Well, not his job, but his office, his apartment. I'm sure they would have had to get one for his car, right? Cell phone records, parents' house. Trying to think if there would be anything else as far as related to just him specifically that they would need a warrant for. But anybody else that they've asked for a warrant to do anything, they would have to turn that over as well. Okay. All right. So that's the whole thing. Like I said, a lot of people, and let me grab that real quick too, so I can pull that up for you, and then that way I can exit out of my hold on. Oh shit. Y'all, my daughter always, and she knows that I'm live. She still insists on texting me. Okay. All right, I'm fixing to pull this up. This is just a website that has the thing on it. I think this is it. Let's see. Are they watching him with a camera? I don't know, Cheryl. I don't. I would assume that they have probably some uh, jail cells that have cameras in them, just for legality reasons or the safety of the inmate. I don't know if they have one on him though. I do know that he's away from all the other inmates. Let's see. Is it a full moon lodge? Your niece is driving me crazy. Mars, she's just a baby. Hold on, y'all. I gotta turn my fan on me. I'm burning up over here. Okay. All right. So this is just the Idaho criminal rule, which is the ICR 16, discovery and inspection. And I don't know if it's verbatim what I just read, but was it 1 through 9? Was that what it was? So disclosure of evidence and material by the prosecution on written requests, and it has like all of these different things. But here's the number 2 right here, the statement of the co-defendant on written requests, and I can't zoom this in anymore, y'all. But let me see if I can do it right here. But it says the statement of a co-defendant on written request of a defendant, the prosecuting attorney must permit the defendant to inspect and copy or photograph. So that is just verbiage that they put in there. It's that doesn't mean that there's a co-defendant. Um, I don't if there is, I don't think that Bryan's attorney would know that there is right now. So she included that in case that there is. So that way, if there is a co-defendant and they know about it and they're just not letting anyone know because that is put into the request. Hey, Sandra, how are you? Because that is put into the request for discovery, then they have to give that to them. So then that way they will know because of the request of discovery. They will know if they're well, she'll know because, I mean, is he really gonna tell her? And if there is, they will know everything that co-defendant has said, any warrants or search warrants for them, any statements, report, anything like that that has anything to do with the co-defendant. Fern, how are you? Hey, Brandon. Okay. All right. So I just wanted to show y'all that it, like I said, it does come from, it's the state of Idaho Judicial Branch Supreme Court. It's the code, the ICR 16 and all that. So I just wanted to show y'all that it is just something that she added in there. It doesn't mean that there is a co-defendant. Because I know a lot of people, like I've seen several people asking about it. All right, let me grab. All right, y'all. Yeah, a voice for hope. They said that he came in with in shackles into court. And they're praying for a technical violation. Let's pray harder. They don't find it. Kelly, yes. All right. And mods, if y'all need me to slow the chat down, just let me know. All right, they've got a shit ton of stuff on here about Lisa Marie. So hold on, I got to get through all of this. Dino, who's messing up? Okay, she may be trying to taint the public or possible jury pool with the possibility of another being involved. And now, someone had asked, I believe it was today when I was watching Bryan and was talking about it, and the lady had asked him about the change of venue, and he said that they haven't brought it up in court yet, but a lot of people are talking about it. So he was thinking because of the unit, like Moscow itself, it's not a very big town, city. I don't know what they would consider. It's only got like 25,000 people, but everybody in it and all of the businesses and everything, they're all connected to the um the college. A lot of the people in the town knew the kids. Um so he was thinking that maybe they would try to get it moved to a bigger place like Boise or something like that, where you have a place where if there is anybody who is connected to him or knew him or even knows Brian, there's more people who don't. A better chance of pulling a jury from there. Okay, all right. I got several different videos for today. Mar, don't feel bad. My autocorrect always messes up. Okay, I'm having the same problem. My phone has a mind of its own. Right, Callie. It would be a lot easier to pull the jury from especially places. I don't know exactly how far, like as miles wise, that Boise is from Moscow. I've never mapped it, but it seems like it would be easier to get people who is not connected to any of them. The prosecution could agree to a venue change as long as the jury is consisting on Moscow residents. Okay. All right, let me pull this up. And this one that I'm fixing to pull up now is it's by Dan Abrams. It's talking about Idaho suspect waived right to a speedy trial in the hearing. And it was literally put out 40 minutes ago. So it's like their newest one from News Nation. Okay, I have an off the wall question. My question is, how do you know if you've been blocked from a creator or a page? Well, Whoophack, we can see you in here. I know that there's a way if you go into someone's chat, you leave a comment and then you click on your comment. If you can't remove it, I believe is how it is, then I believe that means you're blocked. If you can remove it or uh, redact it, I believe that's what it says, then that means that you're not blocked. Hey, True Common Faith, how are you? Isn't that how it is, White Widow Baby? If you can redact it, then you're not blocked, but if you can't redact it, your own comment, then you are. It does a change of venue have to also be approved by the area council since it causes additional costs. Peas in a pod, I don't know exactly how the change of venue works. I just know that they can request it, and I believe it has to go through an approval, which is, they got to. Brandon, I can see you. You're not blocked. Then there's the whole scheduling thing. Like it's got to be able to be scheduled in that county and all that. Okay, they have to file a motion for a change of venue, right? Pretty much anything you do in a court, you got to file a motion. Like you got to motion the court. Let's see. Okay. Okay, it's not a message redacted, it's message retracted, y'all. Okay, I just saw where Eli retracted his message. Well, I was thinking redacted. Because they have the right to have a jury pool picked from the area that the crime was committed. Right. I think it would be hard. Mickey, no, you're not blocked. I can see you. I think it would be hard though, um, to pull someone from the Moscow area, honestly. Okay, I have him in prison for life. His trial took, oh my God, true crime of faith, 3 years. Oh my gosh. Eli, I can see you. Hey, Robin, how are you? All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this, and while it's playing, I'm gonna mute out. And once again, let me know if y'all cannot hear it.
Welcome back. Accused Idaho killer Bryan Kohberger was in an Idaho courtroom today.
We are going to ask the court to set preliminary hearing out into June. We would request the third or fourth week of June and probably 4 or 5 days for preliminary hearing. Mr. Kohberger understands his right to a timely preliminary hearing, and he's willing to waive the timeliness to allow us time to obtain discovery in this case and be prepared.
And Mr. Thompson, are you in agreement with that?
The state has no objection to that, Your Honor.
The hearing, it simply means that you would not be able to come back and challenge that the state did not present probable cause within 14 days. Do you understand?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with Ms. Taylor about your decision to waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to do so?
No.
Then I will ask at this time as to the 5 counts, felony counts that were charged in the criminal complaint that was filed on December 29th of 2022. Are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing and agreeing that that hearing can be held outside the 14-day period?
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, do you concur with his waiver?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kohberger, then you will be remanded into custody on your same no bail at this point in time, pending further proceedings. Again, we'll send notice out to counsel, and we will be in recess for this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Prosecutors and the judge agreed to have that preliminary hearing on June 26th. They say to let the defense team go over the evidence. It's a lot of time, 6 months. Held without bail. Why would the defense want this sort of delay? Do they think they have no shot at any success in a preliminary hearing now? Is it because the evidence, including the cell phone records, the car tracking with the phone and being on surveillance video near the home where the murders happened, DNA on the knife sheath left at the crime scene is so overwhelming? His Pennsylvania attorney doesn't think it's that overwhelming.
I thought it was a strong circumstantial case that had holes and that could be exposed by a competent, good defense attorney like Attorney Taylor, I felt.
What would you say the biggest holes are?
I have been talking about like the biggest evidence and going step by step because defense is going to attack each part of the evidence separately, really, because the Commonwealth's case is really based upon circumstantial evidence. There's no direct evidence against Bryan. So their case is in the whole, whereas defense will be attacking each piece of evidence individually, I believe.
Joining us now, prominent criminal defense attorney Mark Eiglarsh. Mark, great to see you. So what do you make of this decision to move the preliminary hearing back to the end of June? Is it a strategic advantage for the defense?
My friend, if they could have moved it from June of this year to June of 2025, they could have and should have done that. There's no benefit in going anytime soon. If somehow he truly was framed like the Mona Lisa and he answered some of the defense's questions reasonably, like, yeah, I know how my DNA got on the sheath, and yeah, I can explain why my car was there, then they would say, my goodness, we have an innocent client on our hands. We need to rush this to a preliminary hearing. They're waiting because, candidly, they don't have it. There's no benefit that would come from it.
Do you expect that the roommate who apparently saw the suspect will be testifying at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, if they can avoid it through an affidavit, great. But no, she's a compelling witness. It's another piece of the puzzle. Someone having bushy eyebrows, in and of itself, not that big of a piece of evidence. But in conjunction with all the other pieces of evidence, it forms one picture and it points to him.
Why do you think 4 to 5 days? I mean, that's a pretty long for a prelim, no?
Well, there's a lot of evidence. The scientific evidence alone, you've got to really prove why it is that they believe it's him. That alone could take half a day.
And what about motive? And so far, nothing presented. In the 6-month period, prosecutors could get a lot more evidence where we're talking about the defense getting an advantage. By the time the preliminary hearing happens, the prosecution may even have a stronger case.
Okay, that's possible. But generally, cases for the defense get better with age like wine. Prosecutions, they want to go as quickly as possible. Secondly, they don't have to prove motive. And I'm making a prediction right here on YouTube. Unfortunately, I don't think that we ever get motive.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Okay, Philly Sports, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you. Okay, give me just 1 second. All right. Hold on, y'all. I'm just writing something down. Okay. All right, let me get. Oh, shoot, I exited off of it by accident. Okay, let's see. And True Common Faith, I was fixing to answer you back, and I forgot now what it was that you had said. Let me see if I can find it real quick, y'all. Let's see. Okay, all right. So I answered that because I don't think that they have a photo. If they do, they haven't said. I don't think that they would. Um, I don't think they would put that out if there was like a photo or a video that they have of him. Let's see. It just seems so odd to me. It makes me wonder what this guy's up to. Okay, so that was it. True Common Faith on your thing where you said it just seems so odd to me. Makes me wonder what this guy's up to. This trial and everything about it is gonna be very interesting. Like, super, super interesting. He clenches his jaw. Jessica Lynn, how are you? And yes, it seems like every time he goes into court or anytime we've ever seen him, he's always clenching his jaw. Like, you can just see the muscle in his jaws going in and out. Oh, yes, be blown away by the facts. Just everything that comes out, I think we're gonna be blown away by, because we don't know for sure, yes or no, if there's a co-defendant. We don't know if they have found the weapon. Um, we don't know what all they've got as far as what Dylan has told them. We don't know if how they have it in the probable cause where she just opens her door and he's walking towards her, or was there more to it? Did she go out of her room? Like, did they leave that part out where he walks he's walking towards her and she just goes back in her room and locks the door, or did she actually watch him walk out of the back sliding door and then she goes to check on Xana and them because she heard crying and she seen something and it scared her? Um, there's gonna be a lot that we're wondering about, and it's gonna come out in this trial. Okay, waiving his right to a speedy trial falls in line with his personality to try to control the proceedings. That I agree with that. Letting the family start to fall into the new normal, then ripping open wounds all over. That's what's sad. I mean, that shows what type of person that he is. Okay, Eli says he believes that they retrieved the knife at the apartment. Yeah, that was another thing. We don't know if there's any other DNA, because literally, all they would have to show is that there was DNA, just point one type of DNA out that they found, or one thing of DNA, not one type. Hey, Keister Bunny, how are you? And put in that probable cause in order to get the warrant. We don't know what other DNA that's been found. We don't know if there was DNA in his car. Like they said that they watched him thoroughly clean his car out and didn't miss an inch. But does that mean that he got everything? Yeah. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot that's going to come out that we don't know about. It's going to be very interesting. Okay, so here's one here. Let's see, Bryan Kohberger's facial scratches are from shaving. This is on Banfield, but it also has something about Lisa Marie. So let me get past her part. Okay. Could there be two cars that look alike? I don't know if there could be two cars. That would be a good question. Because I mean, I'm thinking his attorney's gonna have to make them prove that it was his car and that he was in it. And if they don't have video of that, I mean, then how are they gonna prove it? Because all the defense has gotta do is create reasonable doubt. Yeah, Patty, she did. I didn't know it until just not long before I went live that she had passed. But I'm trying to get past it because it's over. I'm at like 2.5 minutes, almost 3 minutes now of it, and I don't want to have to go through all that. Okay, so they not talking about Brian in this? No, I think it's all about everything that I see is, yeah, they must have put the wrong title on there because that video is all about Lisa Marie. Okay, and not that I don't want to, talk about her and all that. There's another time and place for that. All right, let's see. Body cam video shows Idaho victim talking to police months before death. And that is another thing. Me and Troll was watching one of the body cam footages today, and I believe it was the one of Xana. And there was some weird things. We watched that one and we watched the one of Kaylee in the back. Her and Hunter had came out the back door. Either tomorrow night or the night before, a night after that, I may gather all three of the body cam footages and go over them because there was some certain things that was said in there that seems a little weird. Eliza Lisa Marie Presley has passed away. Okay. I'm gonna pull this one up because it is the body cam footage. All right, let me pull this one up. Because the one cop whenever he goes to the back, he literally says about how it the steps it just goes up to the back door on the second floor. Hey, Shells, how are you? I mean, I don't understand why an officer that's just going out on a noise complaint would even like need to say that. It's almost like he was pointing certain things out, on that he knew would pick up on the body cam footage. And Eli, yeah, she did. I don't, we don't know for a fact if she was or not, but it could have been that she was possibly had been drinking earlier that night, or she could have just been nervous because it was cops there, and she does say in the video that she's never had to deal with that before. So it just could have been that she was nervous, and she kept saying uh, she was trying to go to bed and all this and that. So she might have just been like trying to hurry the cops away and all that. But I mean, yeah, she very well could have been had been drinking earlier that night because she did say that there was people in the house too. And whenever they took her license, and she even told them that she was underage, like she wasn't old enough to go, to the club with Maddie and all them. Hey Debbie, how are you? All right, so let's play this. Let me know if y'all cannot hear it.
Talking, and you may not have even noticed on the video, but there were cuts to Bryan Kohberger's face that eagle-eyed observers noticed. Turns out, according to the sheriffs, those were simply cuts Kohberger got this morning while he was shaving. And now that body cam footage from an encounter between Kaylee Gonsalves and the Moscow police officers just months before she was killed. The video, first obtained by the Law and Crime Network, shows officers speaking to Kaylee on August 16th about a noise complaint from a neighbor. In the footage, Kaylee is respectful, she's polite. The officer let her off with a warning.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Is this your place?
Yeah.
Perfect. You know, over here.
And I assume noise.
Noise, yeah.
Yeah.
Big speaker right there.
Yeah.
Nothing against having a party. Once neighbors start calling in, then we have an issue.
Fair.
You go to school?
Yeah.
Okay. What year?
Senior.
Senior. So I'll tell you the same thing I told them. You probably know the drill, right?
Actually, no.
Oh, okay. So usually, at least for me, I'll give you a verbal warning.
Okay.
Once I have neighbors calling in, your music's too loud, you're disturbing the peace.
Yeah.
Nothing against having parties, nothing against having people over who are overage to drink.
Mhm.
But again, once we start disturbing the neighbors, then we've got an issue.
Yeah.
Noise ticket is up to 300.
Yeah, somewhere around 300.
Okay, it's a pretty expensive ticket. I don't want to give that to you. That being said, this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible. Because it is your place, you're also responsible for everybody here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to grab your info.
Yeah.
And if I do have to come back here, a $300-some ticket's coming your way.
Okay.
And it only gets more expensive from there. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fair. Absolutely.
I'd much rather you spend that $300 on beer or something fun than
Yeah.
a noise
Yeah.
ticket, right?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
The footage ends with Kaylee going back inside a sliding glass door, the same one police now believe that Kohberger used to flee the crime scene just 3 months later, on November 13th, after stabbing and killing Kaylee, her roommates Madison and Xana's boyfriend Ethan. Days later, a neighbor now tells CBS News that Kohberger spoke to him about the murders and seemed dismissive of the investigation.
He brought it up in conversation, asked if I had heard about the murders, and which I did. And then he said, yeah, it seems like they have no leads. It seems like it was a crime of passion. At the time of our conversation, it was only like, a few days after it had happened. So there wasn't much details out.
Joining me now, News Nation senior national correspondent Bryan Enton. Bryan, good to see you. You were in court today. Was it a surprise that the proceeding went so quickly?
We expected it to be quick. They sort of told us yesterday, the courts put out a press release saying they thought it would be a very quick hearing. It would be focused on scheduling, which it was. It lasted, I would say, like 7 to 10 minutes. I think the biggest surprise for me was how far out the preliminary hearing is going to be. I mean, it's 6 months out. We were expecting maybe a month, maybe 6 weeks.
Yep.
But this hearing isn't going to be until June 26th.
And we're actually going to talk in the next block about why the defense may have wanted that. We saw the body cam of Kaylee earlier. Was this found in the context of the investigation? Is there a particular reason it was released at this point?
So basically, all of us, the reporters, we've been going through all of the logs, trying to get any body camera video connected to the house. Anything that's specifically connected to the murders, they're not releasing. Items like that, they are releasing. I personally found that video to be among the saddest videos that I've seen connected to this case since I started covering it. I just felt something about it. Hearing her voice, she was so mature. She was about to graduate. She was so polite with the officers. It really hit me, that
She
video
seemed great. I mean, you're right. And without having known her before this, we get a little insight into her. Finally, there were the family members. They were not in court today.
They were not. The Gonzalez's, Kaylee's parents attended via Zoom to listen in. We're told the prosecutors are speaking with the families, letting them know which hearings are more important. Today was so short. It was just scheduling. It's just so emotional for them to come. It's a small courtroom.
Yeah.
They literally sit like 5 feet away from the man accused of killing their loved one. So some of these hearings, it's just too much for them to come when it's just so procedural.
I get it. Bryan Enton, thank you so much, as always. Appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
Hey, y'all, I need to mute for just 1 second, and then I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to tell Troll or ask him to go do something for me. Okay. Did anybody? Hey, Billy, how are you? Ruger22, how are you? Hey, April. Hey, Linda. Did anybody think that it was weird how whenever Kaylee came back outside in that body cam footage that what's his name, Hunter, had to come back out with her and sit out on the couch like he was listening to what was being said? Okay. Okay, 9mm, I'll check it in just 1 second. Wait, little baby, I thought it was weird. Nadine, that was a Hunter guy, he was, on the September the 1st, video body cam footage. He was one of the 2 boys that came to the door, and then, he was on the one with Kaylee, and then he also spoke at the memorial. I think him and Ethan were, really good friends. Let's see. Yeah, Cheryl, he was also in the September the first one that they did in September, because there was one that was September the 1st, and then the one that same night, only except for it was, 30 minutes after midnight, so it would've been, early morning, the 2nd of September was the one that Xana was on. Um but he was on the September the 1st one. Fern, they were saying that the zip ties was it was a drinking game. Let's see, hope you're doing good. I will be back in about an hour. Check your email. Okay, El Guapo, I will. Alright, let me get my next one. Let's see. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Real story. Okay, I had another one. But they only about Lisa Marie on News Nation, so I'm having to kinda go through all that. Let's see. Unusual explanation for sealing the Idaho search warrant. Played a lot of drinking games, sis, and never had anything to do with zip ties. I mean, White Widow Baby, I don't know what kind of drinking game you would play with zip ties either. Maybe I need to look that up and just see, like, what it entails. And, yeah, like a couple of people were saying he might have just been out there with her, maybe just as a witness to what was said, for her protection or whatever. That could have been it. But yeah, I'm gonna have to look up this whole zip tie drinking game thing because I've never heard of that. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? April, how are you? Izzy, it was Hunter that he was the guy that was on the body cam footage with Kaylee whenever the cops went out there um for the noise complaint, and he had came outside with her whenever they had to go out the back door to speak with the cops, and he had zip ties on his hand and or on his wrist, and everybody was wondering why he had them. But then a lot of other people had came out and said that it was a drinking game that included zip ties. Bugsy, you think Bethany knows a lot? I mean, we haven't heard anything from Bethany either. Just that one little thing that was put out at the memorial, and that was it. Okay, it's a game called Cuff and Chug. Hmm. Keister, I've never heard of that, honestly. Okay. All right, let me get this one started. Let's see, and finishing a fifth of hard liquor, suitcase of beer, a winning pair is deemed okay, so wait, this is okay, so Cuff and Chug, a zip tie is an event in which you and a partner are zip tied or cuffed together in some fashion and can be freed from bondage upon drinking. And finishing a fifth of hard liquor or a suitcase of beer, the winning pair is deemed champions, but nobody wins this game. Oh, wow. That is that's crazy. I mean, why does no one win the game though? I mean, do they just not they're not able to finish? I don't know. I've never heard of it, so I don't know. It must be some new age type drinking game. That is crazy. Okay, they said Bethany is from Reno. I don't know where she's from. I've never heard of where she's from. Okay, I would have, but I'm a covering alcoholic. A fifth is nothing for this gal. Okay. It's a never-ending game. Wow. That's crazy. Okay. All right, so this one it says it's an unusual explanation for sealing the Idaho search warrant. I want to say that the guy that's on this video, I believe he's an attorney, I believe. So I'm gonna go ahead and get it playing.
Investigations going on. The Kohberger, suspect Kohberger, is expected to waive his right to a speedy hearing. Why? Well, because we're going to talk about it with a legal expert. We'll explain better than I can about it. And also, there is additional information about what he may have said to people about this crime and of one of his victims and what we see of her and about her house and that life. Okay, there's new body cam video of Kaylee Gonsalves. So let's bring in our guests, criminal defense attorney Mark Garagos and retired FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer. Good to have you both. Counsel Garagos, why would he waive speedy trial?
Well, first of all, they've always parallel investigations. They depend the that a prosecution behind the eight ball. The resources that the government has, you almost always need to take a breath, take a beat, do the investigation, investigate all of the other things. And I will tell you, there are some rumblings around. I don't know if you saw the other day, there was a search warrant that was sealed. One of the reasons they gave for the sealing was very curious. There are all kinds of things that are swirling around this, and as any competent, he clearly has a very competent defense lawyer, would to take the time to do the parallel investigation they need to do.
Is it playing okay for y'all? Okay, it's cutting in and out on my end. Okay, let me try something real quick because I thought I had my resolution set down on it, but guilty till proven innocent. How are you? Make sure it ain't my internet. Very robotic. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me almost go down on the resolution a little bit. And see if that helps it. Usually it's automatically set on 240, but this one wasn't. So that may be, hey Lights, how are you? Sama2, how are you? Okay, y'all tell me if this is better once I start playing it.
All right, we have two investigations going on, and they are both building on Bryan Idaho murder investigation was in court today, and he did what was expected, to waive his right to a speedy preliminary hearing. Why? Well, because, we're going to talk about it with a legal expert. We'll explain better than I can about it. And also, there is additional information about what he may have said to people about this crime and of one of his victims and what we see of her and about her house and that life. Okay, there's new body cam video of Kaylee Gonsalves. So let's bring in our guests, criminal defense attorney Mark Garagos and retired FBI agent Jennifer Kohberger. Good to have you both. Counsel Garagos, why would he waive speedy trial?
Well, first of all, they've got to do, and they've already started a parallel investigation. This is a death penalty case. The last thing you want to do is rush into that. I know a lot of times there's some people who think that it's a good idea that the prosecution isn't ready. They're behind the eight ball. I don't believe that. I think with the resource that it has, most all need to take a breath, take a beat, do the investigation, investigate all of the other things. And I will tell you, there are some rumblings around. I don't know if you saw the other day, there was a search warrant that was sealed. One of the reasons they gave for the sealing was very curious. There are all kinds of things that are swirling around this, and as any competent, he clearly has a very competent defense lawyer, would take the time to do the parallel investigation they need to do.
What was the squirrely language around the warrant, Mark?
There was some language in the warrant that if unsealed, not only would it compromise the investigation, but that arguably it would threaten law enforcement. That tells me that there's something there that they don't want out yet, or something that they missed, and they're afraid that if it got out that there would be public, what I call blowback. And I think that that's a legitimate concern. I will tell you, I've seen I can't tell you how many thousands of warrants that have been sealed. Rarely have I seen one where the reason centered on the threat to law enforcement.
Kohberger, are you similarly concerned?
Yes, definitely saw that as sort of a very unusual language to use, and particularly since we have the complaint affidavit unsealed. Why aren't they unsealing those search warrant affidavits? It's not making a lot of sense, and I agree with Counselor Garagos on this one.
Yeah, I'll tell you, there's a suspicion that when they said, when the, we talked when the police came out and said, this is the guy, we're 100% certain, there's nobody else that's going to be arrested. I think a lot of that is being called into question now.
Meaning what? There's somebody else, or that it's not him?
Meaning potentially that they think there's other complicity here. There's some other liability here. There's something else going on here that made them necessitate closing or sealing that warrant to the until March.
Coffin-Dever, the idea that Kohberger reportedly said to one of his neighbors looks like it was a crime of passion.
Right. Yeah, well, that's deflection, in my opinion. I don't believe
could be
this
right.
was a crime of passion, other than passionate in terms of his goal to murder these young people. That takes some passion, but not passion like we think of often, that there's a relationship and then that's turned to a passionate act of murder.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta exit off of this video so it doesn't start playing in my ear while I'm trying to talk. Okay, did it sound a little bit better then? Okay. So that guy is saying that he's never seen a warrant sealed for those reasons. Especially, well, the reason of it could be a danger to police. That's crazy. Okay, good. It was playing better. I had to actually turn my Wi-Fi off on my phone too. I don't know what's up with it tonight. BB Diamond, how are you? Okay. April, real quick. Are you asking if there is a co-defendant? Is that what you're asking? Okay, West Virginia, she was, wait, I'm trying to read what Guilty's thing says. She was last seen with a former cop who has changed his name and dropped her off at a police station, an older guy. Guilty, when did that happen? Okay. Okay, still don't see Brandon. Wait, where did Brandon go? I just saw Brandon. Yeah, I can see Brandon James. I can see him in the chat. Okay, y'all, I had to exit off of I gotta get my YouTube chat pulled back up here. Give me just a second. I had to exit off of it a minute ago because it was lagging, and I think that might have been what was up with the video, but I can't do it with just my StreamYard chat. So give me just a second. Let me get it pulled back up here. It makes it a lot easier. Okay, Brandon, you can't see James either? Brandon, could you possibly have James Warren on your block list? Because he's saying that he can't see you either. Okay, and I can see Brandon and several people in chat are saying that they can see him. And James, yeah, are you on your live chat or your top chat? Okay, James said he's on live chat. Michelle is saying that she can't see Brandon either. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. James has no one blocked. He told me earlier. Okay. Hey, Big Al, how are you? All right. Let me get my chat pop back out. I can't do this with just what you call it? Was StreamYard chat. Okay, so James is saying his block list is empty. Okay, in another streamline, they were speculating that this could have happened in the midst of a water investigation and realizing contents of the apartment could compromise both and pose a threat to Ellie. Oh, wow. Thank you for the information, Keister. Okay, James, he says that he doesn't have you blocked either. That's weird that y'all, neither one of y'all can see each other. Hmm. Well, I don't know. Okay, no, let's see. She's got the bar closed. Okay, I'm just catching up real quick while I'm waiting on this to pull up so I can get back into. Y'all see, Big Al just happened to come in after we played his favorite person. Big Al, somebody said that also earlier in chat. I guess it happened yesterday, but I hadn't seen anything about it. I don't know what they arrested him for though. Do you know what it was for? Let's see. Mm. But hadn't they already wait, was it on somebody else other than the one who, they had the case against him? Or the first case that he's got? Just saw a big channel that did a whole story on it. Oh, family member, that's all he said. Wow. Oh, well, I mean, that's, when you do something like that to a child, that's what you get. So, all right. Let me get back now that I've got my other chat pulled up. Okay. Oh, and this is so much nicer now. I don't have to worry about StreamYard chat. Okay, News Nations has the Jared story. Okay, oh shit, hold on, that was loud. I was going through their list and I didn't see it, but it may be because I haven't refreshed the page. But I'm not gonna play it on here tonight. Hey, Cherokee Raider, how are you? I mean, all I know is he shouldn't have done it. You know, that's what you get whenever you do something like that to a child. So keep his ass in jail, all I know. Okay, Law and Crime Network. Okay. I have to go back and watch it after the live tonight. So, I mean, that's what he deserves, all I know. Okay, y'all, so we're gonna try this again. Hopefully it'll work. This is from a defense attorney. It's the benefit of delaying Kohberger's preliminary hearing. Um, and this is just one that it came out a few hours ago. Hopefully y'all will be able to hear this one. Let me make sure I've got everything. Okay, so this one's on 240. Okay. What the heck?
Welcome back to News Nation. early. Go back in day. The Idaho murder suspect waiving his right to a speedy trial, with the judge setting his next court date for June. Senior national correspondent Bryan was inside the courtroom this morning. So, Bryan, what else are we learning about his next hearing?
So the next hearing, Nicole, and this came as quite a shock to us, is not going to be until June, which is almost 6 months away. We were expecting the preliminary hearing to be in 3 weeks or a month or so, but there is just so much evidence behind the scenes that the defense has to go through before the preliminary hearing. They asked to push it all the way back to June. The prosecution agreed, and the judge set it for late June. The preliminary hearing, this is going to be a big deal. We're told that it'll take about a week. New evidence will come out. The police will likely be called to the stand, the detectives, and also other witnesses. Both sides will be able to call witnesses. We expect that the surviving roommate, the roommate who saw the killer, according to police, could be questioned on the stand. That is also when officially Bryan Kohberger will enter a plea of either guilty or not guilty. Nicole?
All right, Bryan Enton, live there in Moscow. Thank you. So joining us now for more insight, criminal defense attorney Richard Block. Richard, thank you for being with us. So we know that Kohberger has waived his right to a speedy trial. What is the benefit to doing that?
Well, the real benefit here is time. They need time to go through what's going to be a mountain of information that they've just been dumped on their laps, and they need time to investigate themselves. They've got to do their own independent investigation.
So what will happen between now and June for both the prosecution, but also for the defense?
So from the defense point of view, you're going to start with some real basics. You got to get to know your client. You've got to establish trust with them so that they trust you and you guys can work together. You're going to start reviewing discovery. You're going to start that independent investigation, have your private investigator go out and do that. You're also going to be gathering your experts. You're going to need, at least in this case, from what we know so far that's public, a DNA expert and somebody who's an expert in digital forensics, at the very least, just to get started. From the prosecution point of view, they're preparing their witnesses, they're shoring up their information, filling any gaps in their evidence. And the biggest thing they're probably doing is looking for motive, because right now, that's something that hasn't been disclosed publicly, but I am sure that the prosecution at this point has his cell phones, his computers, and they're really going to be trying to dig in and find out why he did this.
Yeah, a lot of people certainly want to know about motive. Another thing a lot of people want to know, how soon will we know if prosecutors do, in fact, decide to seek the death penalty?
So the rule in Idaho is they have to give notice 60 days after the entry of a guilty plea. Or not guilty plea. So they have quite some time here. Typically, pleas are entered at the arraignment after the preliminary hearing. So that'll be about 14 days after the preliminary hearing if he is bound for court or if he waives his preliminary hearing. So sometime from now.
All right. So, change of venue obviously is a big deal. Will it make a difference since this case has gotten so much attention, not only locally, but nationally?
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to think about this, that this is a small college town. A lot of people have connections to the college, to the student body. These are professors, folks who serve the college students who work at the university, and they're going to have a lot more emotional connection to the case than what you might get is a more neutral jury, even if they've heard some of the things that have been said on the news, a more neutral jury in another city.
So Richard, how likely do you think it is that there will be a request for a change of venue, just based on your experience?
I think that's extremely likely. I'm sure that's top of the defense attorney's mind right now.
All right, Richard Block, criminal defense attorney. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay. I almost left the studio, y'all. Hold on. All right. That's weird. Let's see if he's on. Is he? Do you know if that's what he's on? Bugsy, you have a good night, honey. because they're just saying that he's in a cell by himself, like he's not around any of the other inmates for his own protection and all that. But I'm wondering though if that is what they've got him on. Wait, what up, baby? Don't do what? I must have missed something. Yeah, they got him in protective custody, but I wonder though, because Izzy, her comment up here at the top, what she was saying, if they had him on that type of watch, that they wouldn't. Oh, leave the studio. Okay, if they would, if they would let him use a razor. Yeah, whenever I come back to StreamYard, my page changed, and it almost hit instead of hitting unmute, I almost hit leave studio. All right, yeah, I'm gonna play probably one more video, then open up the panel for about 2 hours where I have to head out for tonight. And another thing, whenever I do open up panel, if anybody comes up, if y'all don't mind, can we try to keep it on topic as well tonight? And oh, I wanted to ask y'all, the Ann Walsh case. I just put a one in the chat if because I'm wanting to do uh some lives during the day at some point so I can cut down on my time at night. Um, is anybody interested in the Anna Walsh case for me to do like some videos on it during the day? If you are, just put a one in the chat. That way I'll know if it's worth doing it. So they'll give you a razor, but it's not a freaking Mach 3 generic. Isn't it Big Al? Don't they give like it's like one blade or something like that? A one bladed cheap razor. Okay, so we're getting a lot of ones. Okay. Um, Guilty, can you send me some information on Gretchen? I've honestly I've never heard of it, of that case. But if you can send me some information on it, I can look into it and possibly go over it as well. You know, on days like if I do the Walsh case and there's um nothing new, then I could possibly go over the Gretchen stuff if you don't mind. Okay, I sent you a pic. Okay, now millimeter, you emailed it to me. I'll check it in just 1 second. And no shaving cream and gel. Oh, hey Jimmy Lee, how are you? Okay. All right, so that I may do that then. I may start getting some information on the Walsh case as well. Trying to do it during the day, just so I can cut down on my lives at night. Oh yeah, Ruger, I know. A lot of people like the late night lives, just 4 hours that sometimes turns into 5 or 6 hours. Sometimes it's a lot to. And if I'm doing a live during the day, then that means I got to get up earlier. Okay, search Gretchen on YouTube. Okay, Guilty, what is her last name? I'm gonna write it down. Gret. Gretchen. Okay. I see. I sent an email of a case I would love for you to look into if you would. Okay, thank you, Marissa. Gretchen Fleming. Okay. All right, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna write this down. Okay. All right, so she's 28. Okay. Yeah, James, I'll still do the ones at night too, though. Because I know a lot of people, like, they're busy or working or doing stuff with family during the day, so I'll still come on at night. Okay, the case will blow your mind. Okay, well, Guilty, I will for sure look into it. Like I said, and also get some information on the Walsh case. So it just I just thought about it whenever I was scrolling through here. And seeing they've got a video on her as well. BB, which one? The Gretchen one or the Walsh case? Now, I know Walsh is in Massachusetts. I don't know about Gretchen. I know guilty said a minute ago, but I don't remember what state they said. Okay. You're the best. She really needs our help. Okay, no problem, guilty. I'll for sure look into it. And what state did you say Gretchen was in? West Virginia. Okay. All right, let me write that down too. All right, so yeah, I'll look into it. All right, let's see. I'm gonna pull this one up. This is just talking about it was the right move by Kohberger to waive the speedy trial. And it's got like some legal analyst that they're talking to. So we'll play that one. And then, like I said, I'll open the panel up for a couple of hours. Anybody that wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. Let me get this pulled up here. Can you email us the details? So yes, I will, Crime Crazy. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and get this started, and then I'll make myself a note so I don't forget. Get all the talk about food. I uploaded some images to Twitter as a video. One of our Facebook ads guaranteed to make you drool. Okay, Big Al, I'll have to check it out. Okay. All right, let me get this pulled up. You're welcome, White Widow baby. All right. Okay, I just want to make sure everything is right.
Perspective on what happens next in this case. Forensic psychologist Gary Brocado and attorney Rachel Fizet. Gary, Rachel, thank you both so much for being here. Rachel, we're going to start with you. Is there anything that surprised you about this morning's hearing?
This is not a surprising hearing. This is the defense asking for more time to prepare the case. And in this case, which is highly circumstantial at this point, I think that this is the right move. So they are waiving their time to have this heard quickly, but they are doing that so that they can prepare more thoroughly.
All right. So Rachel, you say it's the right thing, for the defense to do, in your opinion. If you are the defense here, what is the most important thing for them to do right now?
Right now, what I think they are trying to do, because it is so unlikely that they will get the trial thrown out or the charges thrown out during the preliminary hearing phase. Right now, they want to ask all the possible questions that they can so that they can eventually poke as many holes in this case that is possible. So what they will try to do during this preliminary hearing in June is ask questions, and they will attempt to just continue to learn all of the state's evidence that points to Kohberger.
All right, Gary, let's kick it over to you. You study mass murders. You've really dug into this case. You've profiled the killer. What do you think about any possible connection to the victims? That's what so many people want to know.
In terms of possible relationship with the victims, it's very confusing because we have to remember that in some perpetrators, it doesn't have to be a literal connection to the victim. It could be symbolic. In other words, if somebody represents a group that has made you feel ostracized or rejected, that would be adequate for projecting all kinds of hostility or fantasy onto them. Usually in cases like that, the idea is that you hone in on someone that you've accidentally encountered at school or on the street or at work, that you are drawn to, and individuals surrounding the person who's the object of fixation are unfortunately caught up by association. But of course, it's premature to say that. But it's one of the first things I'm eager to hear when the facts come out about this case. But it wouldn't be necessary for there to be a direct relationship at all for this type of homicide.
You certainly know, as we said just a moment ago, you study mass murders. So you think that if this was 10 years ago, Kohberger, either wouldn't have been caught or at least not this quickly. Tell us why.
I do. I believe that several decades ago, when DNA technology, cell phone technology, internet technology, and other techniques were not available, the lack of clear motive and the lack of clear relationship with the intimates surrounding the victims would have made this case very baffling. It's very similar to what turns up in things like serial murder cases, where there's no clear linkage to the victims, so that it takes this kind of technology to outpace that type of offender.
So, Rachel, before we go, let's kick it back to you. You know, we've spent weeks talking motive. Gary just mentioned it. Now, at the end of the day, how crucial will that be to the case?
A motive is not necessary. You don't have to have a motive to have a conviction. A motive provides the jury with some answer to the questions they have regarding why. And so the motive gives them kind of a clearer picture as to why something would have happened. And once they can answer the question as to why something would have happened, it makes them more likely to convict. So I think they will come out with a motive, even if it is this kind of loose connection, or that he had some sort of fascination with mass murder or fascination with the crime, or how the psychology behind it, given his criminology background. I think they will put on some sort of motive that allows the jury to connect the dots between the circumstantial evidence that is leading to this charge.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider.
Okay. Okay, thank y'all. I just saw where the suspect way has, I don't remember, is it a video coming out? Is the suspect way still in here? But I seen that they had a video coming out about the Bundy trials. So that's why I was asking to drop it, drop their link. If you're not subbed up to the suspect way, please go sub up to them. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what this is on my screen before I open chat. Something has popped up on my screen. I don't know what it is. And it's taken up. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and open up the panel. One second here. Let me get. Hey, Carrie, how are you? Okay, the suspect way, real quick. I saw on my notifications, is it a video that you have, an upcoming video, or is it one that you just put out about the Bundy trials? I seen it pop up on my phone, so I didn't go to it because I can't exit off of my chat. What the heck? Let's see. Thank you, Liza. Let's see. You're welcome, the suspect way. Okay, so it's just now. Okay, so that's why it popped up on my phone. So yeah, if y'all are not subbed up to the suspect way, y'all run over there and do that real quick. The mods have dropped the link in the chat. Like I said, they've got a video that's talking about Ted Bundy trials. Thank you, Irene. Yeah, if we can just, if you come up on panel, I'm only going to be on here for 2 more hours. And, not saying anything inappropriate and stay on topic. Okay. No, Irene, it wasn't rude, honey. Let's see, just now I've been uploading it for the last 4 hours, YouTube problems. Yeah, suspect way. I've noticed that YouTube's got a lot of problems that they've been having here lately, like a lot of glitches and different things. Let's see. I used to do tech support for a very big company in California. If you ever need me to help anything technical, once I get home, just let me know. Okay, thank you, Cherokee Raider. I think mostly it's just my internet. I think I'd have been better off if they would have just left my other box here instead of bringing out a new one like I already had and then added another one to it. Let's see. Several people. Okay, Brandon, you can't see several people in chat. Hmm, that's weird. All right, so I threw the link out. Anybody wants to come up? You're more than welcome to. I'm gonna get back into my email and grab a. I think I have another article in here. Cherokee Raider, it is. It's ridiculous, and they know that I work from home, and they know that I mostly work at night, and it's like it's just super frustrating that they can't get it right. Let's see. Hold on one second. All right. Okay, so Crime Crazy, I got your email. Thank you. I'll look at that in just a little while. Okay. Let me see which one of these articles I haven't read. Give me just a second. Okay, earlier for some internet issues. Okay, it seems like a lot of people are having internet issues. It's crazy. All right, so this one's going to be from Fox, and it just says the Idaho murder suspect Kohberger will challenge his evidence. Hey, Deal, how are you? All right. And this is just kind of going over what was said in the court today. It was kind of hard for us to hear. But I think they said literally, I read somewhere else, he only said 4 words, and I believe it was all the same word, yes, but 4 different times. Shakes, how are you? All right. And if I'm reading this and y'all grab the link and to come up on panel, just you'll have to sit backstage until I'm done reading it because I won't be able to see if you're back there. Because this is covering my StreamYard page. Sad cowboy friend, how are you? Okay, so it just says that Bryan Kohberger returned to the Idaho courtroom Thursday and said through his attorney that he plans to challenge the evidence against him at a preliminary hearing. Kohberger, 28, wearing an orange jail-issued jumpsuit, had a slouch in his walk as he entered the Latah County courtroom 1 week after he was ordered held without bond for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. The 28-year-old criminology PhD student waived his rights to a speedy preliminary hearing. Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall explained to Kohberger that he was only waiving his rights to a hearing within 14 days, because initially he was supposed to have a hearing done within 14 days. And so since he waived it, he's able to have it extended out, which is going to give his attorney time to look into everything. Rogue Mama, you have a good night. All right, so she asked him, "Do you understand?" And he says yes. As he leaned forward on his elbows, it was one of several questions that he answered from his seat. Let's see, is that the I don't know what county that is. I'm not even going to try. So the county public defender, Ann Taylor, reasoned the waiving the 14-day deadline would give her more time to review the evidence obtained through discovery, which is what I read earlier. My speed just dropped 80% on Starlink. Oh, wow. So it seems like everybody's having internet issues tonight then. All right, so which she filed on a request for on Tuesday, according to the court records. Bill Thompson, the Latah County prosecutor, said that he had no objections to pushing back the proceedings. So I'm sure during these next 5 months or 5.5 months or whatever, while they're issuing everything to her that they've already discovered, found, talked to, anything like that, they're still going to be building their case as well. So the judge scheduled a preliminary hearing for June 26 at 9 a.m., which is expected to last 5 days. Both sides are expected to call witnesses and present evidence. The court will decide whether there is enough probable cause for the case to advance to district court. As part of the June proceedings, the surviving housemate who allegedly witnessed a masked man with bushy eyebrows leaving after the murders could testify in court. As a part of the June proceedings, the surviving housemaid who allegedly witnessed a mass okay, so that's one I just read. Identified in court documents as only DM. She was frozen with fear during the encounter and locked her bedroom door, according to police. The brief proceeding in front of a packed courtroom lasted less than 10 minutes. Before Kohberger left, he was pictured with several cuts on his face, which the sheriff said came from shaving. Kohberger faces 4 counts of first-degree murder and a felony burglary charge on the November 13th stabbing deaths of Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Okay, the 3 young women who lived in a home with 2 other housemates, including one who police say witnessed a masked man with bushy eyebrows flee around 4 a.m. after the killings. Chapin was staying the night. Kohberger is a Washington State University doctoral student who has been stalking the King Road home for weeks, according to the probable cause affidavit. His cell phone pinged near the house at least 12 times before the murders and once the morning after. He lived in campus housing in Pullman, Washington, just 8 miles from the King Road property. It took investigators nearly 7 weeks to identify and track down Kohberger at his parents' home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, where he was arrested December the 30th. But allegedly, they had already knew about him and was looking into him like less than a week after the murders. The accused mass murderer left a K-bar knife sheath next to Mogan's body, which had his DNA on the button snap, the affidavit says. The court has issued a gag order barring attorneys and investigators from commenting on the case. Several search warrants in Washington and Pennsylvania have also been sealed temporarily. More information is expected to emerge as the case plays out in court, and Kohberger could face the death penalty if convicted on any of the murder charges. Okay, let me make sure there's nobody backstage. No. All right. And I had a question. It was something that I was just thinking about. A lot of people are saying that he planted this knife sheath, like he left it on purpose. Do y'all think that maybe he left it on purpose to make the police think that it was a K-bar knife, when in fact it was a different type of knife? Anybody think that that could be possible? And deal, wasn't it said it was March the 1st, or is it April the 1st? that they're supposed to unseal those, um, the, um, the warrants. Let's see, wasn't roommate, let's see. Carrie, you mean Bethany? Wasn't roommate Bethany being discussed? Okay, some are saying no. One says yes, maybe. Okay, I think he may have used two. I don't know. I was just wondering if maybe he might have just left it there to make the police think that it was a K-bar knife. I mean, it could have been a knife the same size or close to the same size, but just make them think that they're looking for a K-bar knife. Okay, thank you, Deal. I saw March the 1st, but I mean, y'all know how much stuff is getting changed in this case. They say one thing and then it ends up being something else and all that. All right. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. Okay, so possible, but the DNA. Yeah, I haven't figured the whole DNA part out yet, Big Al. I'm just thinking that maybe would it be have been possible that he left it there to make them think that it was that type of knife, and they're out looking for a K-bar knife when in fact it could have been just another knife that's like a K-bar but not that brand. It is White Widow Baby. Like I said, it was a target, and then it was the house was a target. It wasn't a target. The kids were a target. They wasn't a target. There was a danger to the community. There's not a danger to the community. Like keep looking for a white car that's a 2011 to 2013, but yet they know where this car is, and it's a 2015. And then they try to say that they ended up changing it to from a 2011 to 2016 car that they were looking for. It's just it's a lot. Hey, Paul, how are you? It's you know what I'm saying? Like they changed stuff so much. That's why I was asking about the date to unseal the uh the warrants. Because I know I seen March the 1st, but it very well could have been changed to April the 1st. Jetta from Texas, how are you? Let's see. Did I hear that BK ordered the DoorDash food? And Jimmy Lee, that is what people are speculating. I don't think there's any proof that he did. Some are saying that there was um a burner phone used, and then there was a gift card for DoorDash that was used so they wouldn't link anybody, and they placed the order, the DoorDash order, um, instead of Xana doing it. And I don't know. That's just people speculating. It could be true. It may not be true. All right. So let me see what this one is. Troll is, he's back here sending me articles. What's this one? Fox 13, Seattle. Uh, oh, so this is talking about, this will be interesting. Okay. Yeah, my pocket knife, I'm playing. Let's see my DNA. But do y'all think that it's weird that they're saying that they found DNA just on the snap of the sheath? I would think that his DNA, "Hey, no way, how are you?" I would think his DNA would be, like, all over it instead of just on the snap. It almost seems like maybe he tried to, wipe it off and clean it, and before he went into the house, and he just forgot that one little spot. I don't this case is just super weird. There's, just too little DNA. That's what I'm saying. It's you got this whole knife sheath, but they only found the DNA on the button or on the snap. Okay, is it possible some psycho flipped and selected some innocent folks? Sad cowboy, I mean, yeah. If he cleaned it, maybe he missed that one. No way, that's what I'm thinking. It, my thing would be, okay, it was dumb of him not to wear the sheath on his belt. Shane, yes, I have to agree. If he would have put it on his belt, he wouldn't have lost it or left it or whatever. Um, but I was thinking that before he went into the house, possibly he cleaned it to make sure that, just in case something was to happen and he loses it, leaves it, or whatever, his DNA wouldn't be on it. I would suspect that he was wearing gloves and then he cleans the sheath. But that one little snap, did he snap it without gloves on to take the knife out? And or obviously he would have had to done it without gloves. It don't make sense because that almost seems like he took it out of his hand or out of the sheath outside the house and then put the gloves on. So he failed at cleaning. That's what it looks like, but there's so many theories in this thing. Because I would have thought that as soon as he got out of the car, he would have been dressed from head to toe where, there's no way DNA could have got on anything. He had gloves on and all of that, and he would have just cleaned it before he went in. But I mean, this dude is super book smart, y'all, but he's just not got no common sense. It doesn't, I don't know, doesn't make sense. Maybe he does have a co-defendant. I'm wondering if somebody was driving the car because they're saying that the car, the first time that it went in, and I'm gonna get to this article here in just a second, but they're saying that the car, the first time they saw it go in that morning was at 3:29. How do we not know that someone went in and dropped him off and that they were just looping, driving back and forth, just waiting for him to come out? Or maybe they were looping to, wait for DoorDash. Because it seems kind of funny how DoorDash, they saw the car going in and out starting at 3:29, but during the time that DoorDash was there, the car's not on camera. It comes back in at 4:04 the last time. Has anybody thought about that? So it's almost like whoever, they ordered DoorDash, wait for the DoorDash to come, but they're not in sight, so the DoorDash dude can't see their car. And then they're seen on camera coming back in after DoorDash leaves, which would have been 4:04 in the morning, which was the last time it was seen going in. Think he got so excited that he probably had a tough scuffle with a few of the victims. I don't know. I don't know. This is one of those cases where there's so many theories that make sense. You just don't have the facts to back it up. Oh my God, my autocorrect. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I try to send a text. Okay, why did they not use a car dealer to identify the headlights and taillights? Scott, they said that they had FBI people who do that in the FBI. That deal with cars and can verify what type they are, model and make and all that. I don't know. It's my mind like going 90 to nothing to try to make something make sense, I guess. Okay, there's like 3 to 4 questions I wish I had, but court they'll answer them, I'm sure. But in court, yeah, Dino, I get what you're saying. More than likely, I mean, I'm sure a lot of the questions that we all have will be answered in court. All right, so this one here just says the Idaho murders 5 key pieces of evidence against Bryan Kohberger. And I'm gonna drop the link one more time while I'm reading this. Like I said, if anybody does come up, you'll have to sit backstage because I won't be able to see you until I'm done. All right. So he is still only the accused and must be considered innocent until proven guilty. But the case against Bryan Kohberger for the Idaho quadruple homicide appears strong. There remains much that we don't know, and there is much more investigation and evidence to come. But with the recent release of the arrest warrant affidavit, here's how the prosecution evidence is stacking up. So they got the knife sheath DNA, and there's a picture of a K-bar knife. Let me get back into my chat on my phone so I can see everything. Okay, currently, this is the only evidence that is direct and not circumstantial. In the absence of the knife itself, having a sheath that matches the same knife that caused the wounds, a fact which will need to be demonstrated, found literally beside the body of one of the victims, is going to be tough to refute. Yes, as some has proposed, Kohberger could contend that someone stole or found his knife. Aside from being far-fetched, this is unlikely to persuade because this hypothetical person's handling of the K-bar through gripping, sweating, and perhaps even shedding his own blood before and during the attacks would likely have obfuscated any DNA of Kohberger's. It is significant that the affidavit pointedly states that only a single source of male DNA suspect profile was found on the sheet. And if the DNA on the knife was extracted from a spatter of Kohberger's own blood, then even the weak defense goes out the window. Yeah, and I can barely see this, and I can't zoom in on it. Okay, so at this point, the DNA is in the linchpin. It is no accident that the probable cause affidavit, which is written chronologically, concludes with the DNA match to Kohberger's father. It was at that point that the investigators knew it was time to take the case down. All right, so they got the car videos. And has it ever been confirmed for sure? Because if it has, I haven't seen it. That the car that was found, which is this picture here, on surveillance at the gas station was in fact his car? Does anybody know? Okay, the DNA is a linchpin and it isn't even a match to him. This case is so weak. Yeah, it's only a match to, well, they said it matched to his biological father. Okay, so Chief Rye confirmed it. Okay, thank you, banker guy. B, I haven't, I never heard if they ever confirmed it because it shows that he's going, which that wouldn't make sense, so y'all. Because the car was seen going in the first time at 3:29, and then it was caught on surveillance at the gas station at 3:45, going towards the girl's house. Okay, you have to look an affidavit for address and route. I don't know. I have to go back over and read it once again to see, because I remember Steiner Road or Avenue or whatever. I remember it being mentioned in affidavit, and Steiner Road is over by, the gas station. So I'll have to go back and read it again because I remember the car was seen on surveillance at the gas station at 3:45 in the morning. Thank you, Ray. All right, so it says that no license plate was obtained from the videos. Nonetheless, Kohberger's car not only matches the car make and model filmed near the scene, but it also coincides with the movement of his mobile phone before and after the murders. For instance, there is a sequence that occurs as the car is tracked leaving the scene and after the Kohberger phone had apparently been turned off. So it's saying that at 4:48 a.m., phone goes live again on State Highway 95 south of Moscow. From 4:50 to 5:26 a.m., the phone travels south on Route 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then west and then north back towards Pullman. 5:25, car on video at WSU 1300 Johnson Road, Pullman, in the vicinity of the suspect's home. 5:27, the car on the video at WSU along Stadium Way, vicinity of the suspect's home. Then at 5:30, the phone pings at Kohberger's home. Let's see. In the PCA, he was not near the gas station at that time. Okay. Because if y'all remember, I had even said that. Like, it didn't make sense to begin with when they kept saying that the murders happened between 3 and 4. And this gas station clerk comes out and says that she caught the car on camera at 3:45 going towards their home. And I said that that wouldn't make sense. Why would it be going towards their home at 3:45 if the murders happened between 3 and 4? Now, it would make sense now that it was at 3:45 going towards their home if the murders happened between 4 and 5, but they're saying that it went in the first time by the house at 3:29. I'd have to go back and look and see what if it says like, the times the other second and third time, and then the fourth time it goes in at 4:04. So it's almost like it would have still been in the area waiting on the DoorDash. Once DoorDash leaves, then here comes the car back. It's like they knew that DoorDash was coming, so they went and hid so DoorDash wouldn't see the car driving around the house. But if they did that, then would they be over by the gas station at 3:45? Because it seems like if it would have been, they would have caught it going by the gas station before 3:45 and then coming back at 3:45 going towards their house. That's why I was wondering if that they had ever confirmed that that was the car. Because I don't think the times are adding up. I would literally have to sit down and write the times down to see if it would add up to it being over there. And the store where it was caught on surveillance is only it's less than a 3-minute drive from the store to the house. Did the camera time change the weekend before? 9mm, I don't know. I would assume it would have, if that's when the time change happened, I would assume that it would have automatically changed. But if it would, let's see, it would have fell back then, right? I don't know. It's still that car at that time at that gas station, it doesn't make sense. Thank you, lovable. All right. So could Kohberger contend that it wasn't his car? Certainly. But why then would it exactly match the movements of his cell phone? And now that the task force has his car, it may well, oh my God, I cannot read tonight, y'all. It may well yield further forensic evidence no matter how hard he tried to clean it. Because they said he cleaned it like thoroughly and didn't miss an inch of it. All right, so then I've got the digital phone forensics. All right, and then there's the little like where the crime scene, he leaves, going way down here over to Uniontown, back up to Pullman. Okay, but it doesn't match his cell phone records near the house that night. That's what I'm saying, no way. I'm gonna have to, like, sit down and go through that affidavit and just write it out, like, do a whole complete timeline of every time that they have, because the way they put the times in there, they would put, like, let's say 3:29, and then down further, they may say an earlier time, and instead of doing it in order, and it's got the whole thing, it's hard to understand and hard to remember what it says. Like, you literally have to go back and read it over and over and over instead of doing it in order by the time, which would have made sense if they would have put all the times in order of the way things happen, it would have made complete sense. It's almost like they did it like that to confuse everybody, but just enough to get an arrest warrant. Hold on one second. I need to mute for just a second. Okay. Okay. Let me get back into my chat real quick, y'all. All right, so it says, like the car, the pings Kohberger's phone sent to nearby cell towers are more circumstantial than direct. But taken with the movement of his car, this will be tough to refute. Further, what possible reason could Kohberger give for his phone being in close proximity to the victim's house 12 times in the months leading up to the murders, 11 of those at night? Could he contend someone else had his phone? That would require him to identify this person, which is unlikely. Could he contend that he lost his phone or that it was stolen? Sure, but why didn't he report it and cancel it? And if so, how to explain that the person's activities continue to fit the pattern of his own use, calling family, for instance? Or could he contend that he was in a particular cell area but not actually near the victim's house? I think the only way they're gonna be able to prove it's his car, no way, is if they have a video footage or picture or something of him physically driving the car at that house. Like, him pulling up to the house in that car and getting out of the car. I think that would be the only way. Okay, aside from the fact that he would have to explain why in the middle of the night he was regularly in the area 10 miles from his home. There is this. According to a recent review of Steve Gonzalez, the father of victim Kaylee Gonzalez, Kohberger at times was so close to the victim's house his phone would pick up by their Wi-Fi. So, how far would a Wi-Fi router go out? Would it pick up if he was, let's say, on Taylor Avenue? I don't know if they would pick up that far. Okay, much has been made of Dylan Morton's delay in calling the police. Well, it's not just Dylan, though. I mean, if y'all think about it, well, we don't really know, though. Also, she went and woke Bethany up and told Bethany, but there's still the thing that they called friends over before police. Okay, what has been somewhat overlooked, however, is that her description of his height, physique, and bushy eyebrows were all confirmatory as Kohberger became a suspect. If you doubt that, consider this. On November the 29th, roughly 2 weeks after the murders, two separate Washington State University campus police officers discovered Kohberger's car as the match to the Hyundai Elantra that the task force was seeking. They or a task force member would next have to look at the license photo of the car's owner. Now ask yourself, would Kohberger be in custody if Dylan had described him as 5'3" and heavily overweight? And even if so, would the case be anywhere near as strong? Let's see. Some routers can reach up to 50 to 70 feet. Okay. I would think from the house just to the road in front of their house. Hey, Isabella, how are you? And welcome. I think just from their house to the road in front of their house would probably be 50 feet. So it probably wouldn't have reached all the way. Because I was just wondering, like, if he could have said, "Okay, well, maybe I picked it up because I was driving down Taylor Avenue," or something like that. Now, if he would have had friends that lived close to him, he could have been like, "I was at my friend's house close enough to pick it up." I don't know. I mean, eh, I'm sure there's a lot of things that his attorney can argue on it. He's guilty based on his neck hair. Okay, what do you think about the defense planning members of the defense team and some of those chats to argue certain parts of the evidence to see if they can sway the chat into buying certain theories? I mean, this day and time, I wouldn't put anything past anybody. I mean, that's very well possible. I think it's funny how Papa Rogers and that other one hasn't even posted a comment or made any post on social media since he's been arrested. But these after this, I mean, possible? I don't know. What do y'all think? Vapor says, what do you think about the defense planning members of the defense team and some of the chats to argue certain parts of the evidence to see if they can sway the chat into buying certain theories? But is that legal to do? Maybe one of the girls was able to grab the sheath. And I was thinking the same thing about him having a driver, and that's why so many passes around the house and noticed DoorDasher knew. Depends on the brand antenna, whether power device is connecting. Okay. Okay, it would be highly illegal and unethical, and any attorney involved would be disbarred. Okay. Okay, well, does it matter what chats believe when it comes to court case? Okay, let's see. I'm just trying to catch up in chat real quick. I mean, I would think it would be illegal. I don't know. Okay, so how is it illegal? It's a free panel to test on. Well, okay, so since there's a gag order, that means that none of the attorneys or law enforcement can talk about the case. So what about the people who work for the attorneys, like their legal team for him? Would they be included in this gag order? I mean, family, but I just don't know if the attorney would the attorney, if you were an attorney and you have this case, okay, would you feel comfortable giving your client's family information to go into a chat to see to gather theories? Would y'all trust your client's family to do that? Because I'm thinking I wouldn't trust my client's family because there could be something that they would let slip or put too much information out there, say the wrong thing or something like that. Yeah, I know the what's his name? Labar, I believe is his last name. I knew he wasn't on the gag order. How's it different than a mock trial? I'm talking only about evidence and the probable cause. Okay. I mean, I guess it would be sort of like a mock trial then, because I mean, the affidavit's already out, so it wouldn't be a secret as to what they have. I don't know. I don't know. That's a hard one. Especially like if the attorneys are on the gag order, that would be like because the attorneys wouldn't be able to do it. I don't think their legal team would be able to do it either. I think they would be part of the gag order. So then they would have to trust someone that's outside of their team to gather the information or just gather what people like people's theories or what they think about it or whatever. Yeah, I mean there is a lot of rooms, different like it's just on social media, Facebook, stuff like that, Reddit and all that they get tested on, but I don't know if I would trust somebody who wasn't on my legal team to do it. Okay, so no legal team staff, et cetera. Okay, yeah, they're all bound by the gag order. So yeah, they would have to literally uh get someone who's not part of their legal team to do it. I don't know. If I was an attorney, I wouldn't trust anyone to do it. Okay, let me get back to this real quick 'cause I think I'm just about through this article here. Y'all, I done lost my spot. Okay, so if you doubt that, consider this. On November the 29th, roughly 2 weeks after the murders, two separate Washington State University campus police officers discovered Kohberger's car as a match to the Hyundai Elantra the task force was seeking. They or a task force member would next have to look at the license photo of the car's owner. Now ask yourself, would Kohberger be in custody if Dylan had described him as 5'3" and heavily overweight, or even if so, would this case be anywhere near as strong? Dylan's description of the suspect's path when leaving the house also matches a latent footprint discovered at the scene. Important evidence if it matched to Kohberger. And they did say that the only reason why they found that footprint is because there was blood on it on the floor, and it looked like that someone had tried to wipe the blood up off the floor. And whenever they were going through the house and whatever it was that they used, I believe they said, but I can't remember now what it was. But whatever it was that they used to look for blood within the house, they found it on the floor. And that's where they got the footprint from. Okay, so Kohlberger's internet postings, and this is where they were at his apartment and they were bringing out his computer. Let's see. Would some use vans to go commit a murder? King Scarlet, honestly, like I would think that they would have wore boots or something like that. And it might have been amino black. That might have been what they said that they used. I just remember them saying that they had used it in the house and they saw that there was blood there and it looked like the blood had been wiped up. And whenever they got to looking, that's how they found the footprint. Okay, so amino black. Okay. All right. So without a clear motive, which may never be learned, and y'all, we probably will never know why he went and did this. That's just that's one sick part about it. Like the whole thing is just bad and it's just sickly disgusting and every other bad word that you can possibly say about this case is what it is. But never knowing the reason why is going to be especially hard on these families. And we'll probably never know why this happened. Okay. All I pray for is he is guilty. They found some evidence in his apartment in his search history. Like just something. Okay, so without a clear motive, we may never be may never be learned, the prosecution can introduce Kohlberger's previous Reddit postings in which he attempted to quarry criminals on what it felt like to commit crimes, what steps they took to avoid capture, and how they prepared, and so on, including the questions, why did you choose that victim or that target over others? And how did you approach your victim or target? I mean, if they use that, couldn't he just come back and say it was a school project? Like, It was something that we were given to do as a project. It counted towards so much of our grade, something like that. Couldn't he argue that? All right. And for their ending summation to the jury, prosecutors labor to construct a compelling narrative, a story that explains what the accused did and why he did it, adding Kohberger's intense interest in criminality and the creepy questions that he had previously asked in his Reddick survey, suggested a possible motive in the possible absence of one come trial time. As noted, there is much more investigation and likely more evidence to come. For instance, the steps Kohberger took post-murder, like wearing surgical gloves and hiding his garbage. There will also be a great deal of criminal procedure. And there is also the defense's case, a glimpse of which may be gained during the discovery process. More on all that in a future article. But at this writing, the task force appears to have done its job. Now over to the prosecution. Okay, I think that was the end of it. Yes, it was. I don't know. I mean, it would be nice to know what his motive was. Well, but we'll probably never know it. Let's see. Okay, does anyone think or know if Dylan or Bethany went back to school this week? I don't know. Has anybody heard if Dylan or Bethany went back to school this week? I know, well, which I read it last night, that Ethan's siblings went back, but I don't know about Dylan or Bethany. Did you watch my email? Ray, let me check and see if I got it. Hold on one second. Okay. All right, Maria, I got yours. Now, Millimeter, I got yours. Emerald Queen, I got yours. I'll check them in just 1 second. Ray, I don't see an oh, wait, here we go. Okay, no, I didn't watch that. I don't know how I missed your email because I checked other emails around yours. That's weird. I'll have to go back and watch it. One second, let me get this other one. Okay. Let's see. Article and stuff to clean. Okay, so here's a thing that's talking about stuff that you can use to clean blood. Is this an article? Yeah. Okay, traces of blood are eliminated completely by new products containing active oxygen. Okay. And this has got very, very little text in it. And I can't zoom it in or make it any bigger for y'all to see it. Okay. All right. So this was dated February the 27th, 2009, and just a summary of it. Scientists have shown that traces of blood in various materials are eliminated completely when they are washed with detergent containing active oxygen. The conclusion of the study points out that these new products alter blood to such an extent that it cannot be detected by reagents used in forensics. Yes, like OxyClean, Jerry. As I was reading it, I was thinking like, okay, wait, there's something on the market they describe has active oxygen in it. I just couldn't think of what it was. All right, one second. Like I said, y'all, I wish I could zoom it in, but I can't. Okay, so it says a team of scientists from the University of Valencia has proven that traces of blood in various materials are eliminated completely when they are washed with detergent containing active oxygen. The conclusion of the study, published in the latest number of the German journal entitled, I'm not, do we have anyone here who can speak German? Because I do not know what this word is. Points out that these new products alter blood to such an extent, y'all, I still can't talk tonight, that cannot be detected by reagents used in forensics. The Krista, how are you? All right, so the intention of the authors of a crime is not to leave any proof that can link them to the crime, and often they clean the scene of the crime and wash their clothes in order to eliminate any signs that may give them away. However, until now, police scientists have been able to discover the traces of blood thanks to the reagents such as luminol. Let's see. I don't know what that word is. Steno something. Or the human hemoglobin test. But the new detergents are making this more and more difficult to achieve. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna have to see if I can zoom this in. This is killing my eyes. Hold on. I literally cannot see that. See if that makes it better. Okay, can y'all see that any better now? Let's see. Wonder if he's trying to become famous for beating all of the typical evidence, DNA, cell phone pings. Ruger 22. My husband was talking about that earlier. Um, i- did he commit the crime, leave his phone on purpose, drive his own car, leave the sheath with DNA on it, and then he gets caught, he goes to court, and he proves that he can beat it. And then if he does that, "Hey, Lisa, how are you?" If he's able to do that, he becomes famous. He becomes like, there's gonna be documentaries, there's gonna be books, there's gonna be interviews, and he completely becomes famous. People are gonna wanna know how he did it, like all this. Okay, Sifa, I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. Oh, I lost my spot whenever I was trying to zoom it in. Okay, so I think I was right here. So, a study undertaken by scientists from the UV and published this month in the journal entitled, there's that word again, and I don't know what it is, has shown that a material stained with blood or washed with products containing active oxygen, the luminol, the pheno word, and human hemoglobin tests give a negative result. The impossibility of locating these traces means it is very important evidence, such as DNA profiles obtained from blood, is lost. Anna Costello tells Sync, and who is one of the authors of the study and a lecturer in legal and forensic medicine at the University of Valencia. The researcher explains that the experiment that they carried out involved placing several drops of blood onto three types of material, namely white cotton, a pair of jeans, and a towel, and letting these dry for different lengths of time, namely 1, 5, 10, 20, 30, and 40 days, respectively. The samples were then taken and washed during a product containing active oxygen. Regardless of the type of material used and the time that had lapsed, in every single case where these three tests were performed, the presence of blood was not detected. Points out the researcher. Generally, in a crime scene, the pheno orientation tests are used first, These turn bright pink in the presence of oxygenated water and blood or other substances, followed by luminol, which illuminates traces of blood in the dark. And lastly, the human hemoglobin test is performed in order to confirm the presence of blood. Although the researchers have proven that the results are negative in those samples that were 1 day old, they considered it appropriate to study traces of up to 40 days old because luminol is more effective in old stains than recent ones. However, they did not obtain positive results even by doing this. All right, so this one says an unresolved mystery. The scientists have not yet determined the cause whereby active oxygen interferes in the blood detection methods, but the authors have suggested a hypothesis. Costello speculates that the active oxygen products contain sodium percarbonate, and when this is dissolved in water, a considerable quantity of hydrogen peroxide or oxygenated water is released, and it is possible that the inhibitory effect may be due to the depletion of hemoglobin in the attempt to eliminate the peroxide. Even so, the researcher concludes that washing the material with products containing active oxygen does not eliminate the blood completely because brown traces remain, but it certainly does prevent the detection by means of current tests. And it is advisable to take account of this when using these methods in circumstantial research, criminalistic research, I'm sorry. The lecturer in legal medicine recognizes that this poses a serious problem to police scientists and insists that if blood is not located, DNA cannot be extracted from fluid, such that important evidence is lost in the resolution of certain crimes. However, Costello has advised SYNC that they are now working on new markers in order to help resolve the situation. So that's crazy. Like they literally, you can just go buy detergent with that in it, with the active oxygen. That's yes, Emerald Queen, that's very interesting. And they always gotta put them big words in there, y'all. Okay, wait, little baby. It is literally too early in the morning to try to pronounce all them big words. Okay, I think OxyClean sponsored their research. So there's OxyClean, and then what was the other one? I know there's like 2 or 3 of them that have that in there. Hold on, let me go back. And I pulled something up that I've done read. All right. So this person, when did this come out? Oh, this just came out today. Well, the 12th. I'm a criminology professor, and I've seen students like the Idaho suspect before. Okay. Never heard of Slate, so we're going to read this and see. Hydrogen peroxide powder on Amazon. Hmm. I'm just watching chat real quick while I'm getting this pulled up. They threatened to sue them and they went away. All right, if anybody's come in and I haven't spoke or said hi, I do apologize, but thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight. All right. Okay, so this is from Slate. Like I said, I've never heard of them, but Troll had found it and sent it to me. Came out on the 12th of January, 2:42 p.m. So it's only been out almost 2 hours. Oh, Sinful Butterfly. You know what? I didn't even think about it being Friday the 13th. Wait, little baby, probably after this, I'm probably gonna go ahead and shut it down for tonight. Hold on, I'm just seeing how long this thing is. Good Lord, Troll always has to send me the long articles, y'all. Oh my gosh. He heard me whenever I said that, and now he's sitting back there laughing. Think he done it on purpose. Okay. All right, so this says, I'm a criminology professor, and I've seen students like the Idaho suspect before. This should be interesting too. Hopefully, they ain't got a lot of big words. All right, so in June of 1993, I walked into a crowded classroom at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Did you hear? A student blurted. They caught a serial killer in Long Island. He was driving around with a dead woman in the bed of his pickup. Joel Rifkin. They weren't even looking for a serial killer. And I've heard this John Jay College of Criminal Justice has been brought up several times, just with the Idaho 4 case. I know that there's been like a lot of, or not a lot, but it's a couple of professors from there that has actually went on people's panels for news and stuff like that, and and talked, did interviews and stuff like that. Okay, so students in the summer session of my criminology course fidgeted in their seats as I set down my textbook and chalk next to the podium. The class was full of criminology majors, enthusiastic junior profilers who embrace any excuse to avoid learning crime theory and research methodology and instead engage in a discussion on the motive and murder methodology of killers like Rifkin. All right, give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna have to zoom in on this too because I can't see it. Okay. All right, so before there was CSI and Criminal Minds, there was Red Dragons and Silence of the Lambs. It seemed in those days that every student wanted to be a FBI profiler like Thomas Harris, Will Graham, and Clarence Starling, or Clary Starling, facing down the notorious psychiatric. I still can't read this show. I'm sorry. I can't zoom it in anymore. Okay, psychiatrist and murderer Hannibal Lecter, who was himself something of a profiler. One dark-humored student even presented me with a movie promo photo of Hannibal, an image of the killer behind bars with a Sharpie tagline, JJC alumnus. Fast forwarding 30 years, and I'm still teaching criminology, but also conducting research interviews with incarcerated offenders and serving as the in-house criminologist and legal analyst for TV networks CNN and HLN. Sitting in front of my computer camera on December the 30th, covering the November 13th University of Idaho student slayings on live news for the 6th week in a row, I was thrilled to learn that an arrest had finally been made. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get this fixed where I can see it. If not, I'm like all up in my screen and I can't see anything. All right, so I was consternated in equal measure to discover that the accused killer, Bryan Christopher Kohberger, was a doctoral student in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at the Washington State University. Hearing that Kohberger had graduated level experience in my academic discipline, I was disheartened but not at all surprised. During my 35 years as a criminology professor, I sometimes encounter the odd student who is overly preoccupied with studying homicide. Not just any murder, but premeditated violence of a chilling variety. Uninterested in the real casual variables behind most homicides, domestic violence, gang wars, anemic societies, drugs, and the proliferation of guns, these students want to focus solely on the psychology of those rare mass spree and serial killers who are just the stuff of James Patterson novels. The profiler wannabes want to get inside the mind of a killer the same way that a squirrel is determined to crack a nut. There is an ominous shadow of the groupie's fascination with these aberrant criminals and unfettered enthusiasm and malignant narcissism that contributes to their seeing themselves as experts on everything. That sounds like Bryan. At some level, one must wonder if they possess a deeply suppressed kinship with and even empathy for the perpetrators they analyze. Michelle, have a good night, honey. Okay, hold on, y'all. This is so hard for me to see. It's ridiculous. Hold on. Let me grab it real quick, the link. I don't have a clue, Lisa, where my husband found it at, but I'm going to post it in chat for you. Okay, so there's the link to it. Facebook, let's see, Facebook, some people, okay, I'm just catching up real quick. And I may not read this whole thing tonight, y'all. This thing is like super long. Like he seriously did this on purpose. Lisa, you're very welcome. Hold on one second. All right. Okay, let me do this real quick. I'm going to drop the link. And then I'll get back to the article. Okay, so if anybody wants to come up, they can come up for a little while. Let's see. Now I'm gonna have to just keep jumping back and forth between the article and the StreamYard. Okay, so the students can be confrontational or subtle, but they are always preoccupied with the meditate of the violent details and the staunch belief that they understand the killer in question better than anyone else does. They're eager to show off. The extreme profiler wannabes want to school me and their other professors with their encyclopedia knowledge of homicidal maniacs, offering long-winded commentary without asking a question, caustically dismissing everyone else's analysis of the criminal if they disagree. That also sounds like something that Bryan would do. Their attitude is often righteous and self-aggrandizing, unmistakably condescending. I know what I'm talking about, you don't. Deal, yeah, I'm only reading just a little bit more of it. I'm not going. Hold on, wait, let me see who's backstage. All right, Ray, I'm gonna bring you up. Okay, can you hear me, Ray?
Yeah, I really didn't want to come on tonight, but I just thought you really needed to see my email because it was about a 4chan post that was on the 18th, which was, way before they put any of their evidence, that was stating that one of the roommates had saw a man inside the house that night.
Okay, hold on, let me go back to your, and it's a YouTube video, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Theorizing Theorist, I think it is, the channel.
Oh, Julio. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, I don't know his name. That's the first time I
Okay.
saw his channel, but as I said, it was a 4chan post about a Christmas party a guy attended, and his wife actually works with a lot of people from Moscow, Idaho, and they were talking
Okay.
about what, like I say, one of the roommates saw that night.
Okay. And I'm gonna pull it up in just one second. I'm trying to find which article it was that had the big long German word in it. Was that, Lisa, was that the link that I posted in chat for you that had the German word in it? And oh shoot, I exited off of it, but I'm gonna throw this link in here also on the one that I was just reading. if anybody wants to finish reading it. That is just, wait, I think this is the one that I sent her. I don't remember. I think this is it.
But I'm gonna drop out. I just want, it's like I say, it's information that was put out by Ellie in the, what is that, PCI or whatever it is, PCA,
Okay.
whatever,
Oh, yeah, the
that
probable cause.
yeah, that is actually in there, that was talked about on 4chan weeks before.
Okay. And I mean, you don't have to drop down right now if you don't want to.
Well, that's fine. I'll stay up, but
Okay.
I didn't really want to. I feel like I've been going on too often, and just kind of want to stay in the background.
No, no, you're good. I know you don't like typing and all that, so oh Lord, he done. I hate whenever I pull a video up and it just starts playing and I'm not expecting it, y'all. Okay. All right. So let me get. I'm gonna grab his YouTube channel link real quick and put it in chat.
But it was
Okay.
100% accurate. That's all I know, and it was
Okay.
put out way before.
Okay. All right. So yeah, this is the theorizing theorist. He used to go by All American Cartel. Was it All American Cartel? I believe it's what he used to go by. And then he changed his name. So I'm gonna drop his link real quick. Okay. All right. So and I have to do his. He does his TH in each one of his words are both capitalized. Okay. All
Now he
right.
does speculate about, like, after he reads out what that person posted. I guess their name is anonymous. Kind of funny, but
Okay.
he does speculate about drug, links.
Okay. Okay. So it was All American Cartel. Okay. I thought that was his name. I want to say though that this post that he's got pulled up on his video right now. I think I read this today. I believe where it's talking about that Dylan ran into the guy up on the third floor. Is that
I don't
it?
know if it was third floor or second floor, about that she came up the stairs, or somebody came up the stairs. It could have been Bethany. It didn't say names.
Okay. Let me see. Share screen. All right. I think this is the one I saw, or I read it somewhere. I don't remember. It might have been on Facebook. Let's see. Let me get back into my thing here so everybody. Okay, I just want to make sure it's pulled up. Okay, and if y'all are not subbed up to the Theorizing Theorist, he does have a good channel, so I just dropped his link in chat. So y'all go sub up to him as well. Like I said, he used to go by All American Cartel. Yeah, Joe, if this is the one that I'm thinking about, this post, um, it says something about she runs into him up on the third floor or something like that. Okay. All right, let me back it up real quick.
Anyway, this coworker's wife brings up that she knows the victims and survivors, and that the rumor circulating the friend group is that one of the girls went upstairs that night and made eye contact with a stranger on the second floor. Dude was just standing there motionless, staring back at her, creeped her out so much that she just turned and went back to her room and locked the door. Welcome, cartel members. Thanks for joining me. My name is Julio. I am the Theorizing Theorist, and today we're going to go over some interesting info I found in the Moscow murders, the Idaho 4. Now, if you haven't joined this group, please join it. This is not a paid advertisement or even an advertisement, really. It's just a really great resource. I'm sure there's other groups that are just as good, if not better. But for me, this is what I am referencing at the moment. And let me tell you, I found something pretty interesting that I think y'all will find interesting. Now, first of all, is this real? Nancy Grace, did she really do this? Now, it makes me laugh because she's picking up, in bad taste or not, it's kind of a nod to YouTube, right? Like you got Bullhorn Betty and Molly Golightly, and
Oh shit, I forgot I was on mute. Okay, so Ray, was that the only part that he was talking about the post, or is there another part he's talking about it?
Actually has the actual like post. It's about halfway in between his string. That how
Okay.
long is it? Like 7, 9 minutes? I don't know. It's not that long, but it's about halfway in between where he actually shows the post and
Okay,
talks
this
about
video
it.
here's okay, so it's 24 minutes long, this video is.
Oh, it's longer than I thought. Then, yeah, I would just like fast forward to that spot where you can see
Is
the
this it,
picture
what I've
of
got
that
pulled up here
4chan
now?
post. Well, let me
Okay,
look. I'm looking at chat. No, it's actually it'll show like a yellow or green little clip out of the actual post.
okay. Yeah, this guy's video, the guy who's doing the video, he's a theorizing theorist now. He used to go by All American Cartel or the All American Cartel or something like that.
See where that red is? That's where the actual
Okay.
post is. Where that red is.
Okay, so I'm gonna back it up right here because I don't wanna listen about all the other, so that's why I'm gonna start it right here. Okay.
with it and see what you can find. Let me know, of course, if you find anything good. So my email is an allamericancartellllc@gmail.com. Anyway, let's continue. I may have so far unheard info. While at my wife's work Christmas party last week, my wife was talking to a coworker's wife who was roughly the same age as these girls. A quick thing I want to know.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop it because it's got music on it. Hey, Sharon. I didn't think about the music being on it. Let me grab. Okay, so I dropped his link if anybody wants to go watch it. The 4chan post. Let me get a timestamp of it. Is it 6 minutes and 38 seconds? Alley Cat, yeah, it could be, but I don't want to get struck or anything like that either. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay. And yeah, Allie, yeah, I'd rather be safe than sorry. So, like I said, I dropped a link to his channel in the chat if y'all want to go watch the video. Let me get the name of the video. It just says Dylan Mortensen lied to the cops or her friends is the name of it. So let me go ahead and stop sharing. I'm probably going to end it here anyway. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Ray, I'll be right back. Okay. All right, let me pull a Guapo up. Okay, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Ray, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just being
Okay.
quiet.
Okay. All right, let me throw the link out one more time. So how are y'all both doing tonight?
I'm doing good, Ray.
Disappointed. I'm disappointed he didn't ask for a speedy trial. Now I think he's guilty. I mean,
Really?
I still, yeah, because it was me. The faster they do it, the quicker I get the. If they find any other evidence later, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's harder for him to fight that.
Right. I seen somebody else, one or two other people, I believe it was, said in chat that if he would have been guilty, then yeah, he would have took the speedier trial and just went ahead and tried to clear his name. So it didn't make sense why he,
Want to delay it for 6 months.
right. Let's see. Let me catch up in chat because I wasn't able to see my chat a second ago either. Okay. And Alley Cat, thank you for going over and subbing up to him. Okay. And a lot of those, I know someone has said something about it being free whatever music, the free copyright or whatever, but some of those music that's free music, you have to have a subscription to get the music for free.
Yeah, you could
And if
still get hit with copyright.
right, well, if you have a subscription for it, then they won't hit you. But I had shared someone's video a couple of weeks ago and it had some music in it. But the video that I showed, they had music that was from a website where they had a subscription for the copyright free music. And because I didn't have a subscription, I got hit. And so I had to go in and delete the music off the video and
Ugh,
it
pain
was
in the butt.
dropped. Right. I mean, it was that all they said I had to do because it didn't affect my channel, just that I can go in and like mute the music on it,
Mhm.
or I can try to edit it out because they literally were only claiming like I think it was 20 seconds out of a 5-minute video,
And they
and I
mute the
could
whole
have.
video.
Well, they said I could have went in and just edited out the music on that part, but it wouldn't. If
Mhm.
I would have done that, it would have had to like it wouldn't have made sense, music in
Mm.
one part, music in the other.
The
So I just went
continuity.
right. So I just went through and just muted the music through the whole thing, and then once I did that, it was dropped.
Mm.
So it wasn't a big deal. So now I have to watch. I didn't even think about the music playing whenever I was playing
Oh,
this thing
yeah.
a minute ago. So if anybody ever sends me a video y'all want me to play, just make sure it doesn't have music in it, if y'all don't mind.
I'll let you know before you play it. I just wanted you to see it because it's
Okay.
very telling. I mean, somebody knew something and said something way before the police let it out.
Okay. I do remember seeing that ad or that post. I want to say that somebody had did the screenshot of it and put it in Facebook, and that's where I read it at. But I thought it was interesting how it says about her running into the guy on the 3rd floor.
Well, it says
Mhm.
second floor,
Wait, was
not
it
third
second floor?
floor. Yeah, it said the second floor.
Okay. That may be a different one that I seen then.
So
So
that's
that
why I was saying maybe we're not hearing from Bethany because she as well saw something and she's not talking.
That could be true. I don't know. I mean, like I said, the only thing that we've heard from her, other than the picture that she showed of the tattoo that her and Dylan got, was, just a little thing that they put out at the vigil that the pastor read for them. Really, that's the only thing that we've heard at all. Now, we don't know the if Bethany has given the police anything. She might have given them a statement or whatever, and they just didn't need it to go into the affidavit.
Mm.
All right, let me catch up in chat real quick, y'all.
Mhm.
I had all that stuff pulled up
Yeah.
over.
Did you get a chance to kind of glance over that email I had sent you, Lawful?
No. Hold on, let me go back and check my
It's
email.
not a big deal. I can just tell you what was in it. I had attached, I took all the image files from that affidavit
Okay.
and I just made a PDF and then I scrubbed all the text off of it and I put all that in a Word document so you can make notes or just search it easier. And I sent you
Okay.
both of those. So you're getting
Ryan,
tired of dealing with all those separate image files. I was getting frustrated with it. I was like, what is this? And so,
hey Ryan, I put
yes,
my
sir.
email in the backroom chat if you want it.
You wanted me to send you that?
If you want.
Yeah, I can send it to you. No
All
problem.
right. Okay, so yeah, I see your email here. There's several emails that I've gotten. I just haven't had a chance to go through them. I don't know how I missed Ray's, the one with the video in it, because I checked emails all around his, and there was his and one other person's that was sitting there together that I didn't even look at. So I don't know if I just overlooked it and
I did.
not meaning to or what.
Well, I sent
Maybe
it
it's
like almost right after the live. I was just checking, and I saw this, and I was like, "Oh, this is kind of interesting. See what he says." And then when I saw that, I was like, "Oh, I gotta send this to Scarlett."
Okay. Well, thank you for sending it to me. I'm gonna watch it after I'm done here. Let's see. I'm
because
just trying.
the reason I wanted to do that is because I was trying to go through and start mapping and plotting, on the map, Google Maps, the route, trying to make all the timeline make more sense. And you're right, Scarlett, you've been right, Lost Souls, about this affidavit being so just janky.
That's why I need a timeline of
Mhm.
order, like in order, like in the times in order, because it would make more sense if they were in order.
Well,
And
now if you I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just say if now with that, if you go into that Word document that I sent you, you can cut and paste and make it into the order that you want it. Uh, you know what I mean?
Okay.
To get it more flow. 'Cause like I said, I'm with you. The way that they did it, and now that I kind of, because to be honest, I hadn't really read it until this early, after the stream last night, and
Mhm.
I hadn't been doing my homework. But, I thought that maybe it was jumbled because of some slick lawyer talk or whatever, but the more I look at it, the more I realize it looks, I'm afraid, a little bit more like incompetence than anything
I don't
with
know if it's probably incompetence, but I think that they did it literally to try to confuse us.
well, I mean,
Seriously, because it is I don't know.
Mhm.
I mean, it could be incompetence, but it's
Well, I just point out that whenever I scrubbed all the text, and I put it in a Word, and I just saw all these errors, like Microsoft Word, how it tells
Mhm.
you grammar
Right.
and I noticed that,
Yeah, misspellings and stuff like that.
everywhere, and then half the time they say Coburg or Kohberger. It's like
Mhm.
they're not even consistent, so I was kinda having a good laugh, but it made me think, you were kind of right about that, and you pointed that out, that how frustrating it was, and I got a full dose of it last night.
You
Yeah,
got to
because
think a lot of people are educated, but they're not smart. I mean, I went back to school in my 40s because I don't spell, I don't do punctuation that good. I know a lot of big words and I know a lot of definitions and stuff, but
Mhm.
I'm a writer at heart. So what I went back to school was to brush up on my writing so that when I write that I'm writing more proper. But when I type, my fingers are so fat, they hit 3, 4 things at the same time, and I just get in a rush. I don't care what's put out there, as long as people know the gist of what I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
I
Oh,
wanna go
absolutely.
back though, because where they were saying about the car, like I was talking about earlier, the car being on the store footage, the gas station footage at 3:45, I wanna go back and, like, try to fill in that time frame or the timeline all the way back to that and see if there's any way possible that that car at 3:45 going towards their house could be the car that Brian was driving.
Well, if you want, if you wanna like, I pull up this Google, and you can tell me exactly what you want me to put on in real time, anything you want specifically, Lost Souls, on a map, if you want that. Yeah, just say the word anytime. I'll love to do that for you.
Okay, let me see. What do I gotta go? Oh, I gotta find my thing real quick. I don't know how long it'll take. It may be one of those things that I have to wait, this is not my where is my thing at? I think this is it. It maybe have to be one of those things that I sit down and, like, do it because
Mhm.
everything that I do, I have to write down, or it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense to me. So, I
Ah.
think that's where I'm having trouble with trying to read it instead of, as I'm reading it, writing it down to make it make sense. That's probably what
Mhm.
I'm gonna end up having to do. See you too. Thank you for becoming a member, and welcome to the family.
Yeah, I totally get it, especially with the way that this is worded. It's just like no one's brain thinks in like the way that they structure it. It's just very
That
Right.
makes me
disjointed.
think, as I said before, that it was written by several people and pieced together.
Very possible. But I used to be a landman in the oil field and spent a lot of time in courthouses and dealing with, you know, legal documents. So I was never a lawyer, but I worked for people to kind of
That's why I
limit
would
their.
never do right, that's why I never did legal transcription because it's the wordage that they it's ridiculous.
Mm. Yeah, it's pretty it's not it's really not that hard though once you kinda get the hang of it, but reading this, I kind of got the impression that this is definitely something that they're not used to doing, this county,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
I mean,
So, that was the
yeah,
vibe
they
totally when I was
haven't
reading it. I was like,
had
"This is
a
the kind of amateur
m
feeling." Sorry. I'm sorry, Lost
yeah,
Souls,
they
what were you
haven't
saying?
had a murder since, what, 2015?
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
haven't had a murder since 2015. So, yeah, they're not experienced at it. So, I don't know if that's possibly what it is or what.
Mhm.
Okay, this needs to be exit off. Hold on, y'all. I've got to exit off of this. So,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
it'll
take your
probably have
time.
to be a thing where I'm just gonna have to sit down and write it out. I've got part of it starting at, like, 4:04 in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, where it
Yeah.
shows, Xana's DoorDash was delivered and all that. But
Yes.
since like, I got to thinking about that car whenever I saw that picture, that that doesn't make sense being on camera at 3:45 heading back towards the kid's house. Like, it's only it could be possible, but that's
Well
where I need to go in and find out where these other 3 times that it passed the house. Like, we know, what was it, 3:29 is the first time it was seen?
Yes. Well, so
So
that's
the
what
suspect
I
way
think it
says that
was.
that pic is time stamped at 3:25, not 3:45.
Let's see. Wait, it's what now? I'm sorry.
suspect he says that the Italian suspect way says if you check the pic from the gas station, there was a timestamp at 3:25.
So that
25.
would
Okay.
3:25 to 3 whatever is a
Thank you,
4-minute
suspect
span.
way.
So that could be, in the proper timeline.
Yeah, yeah, Ray.
So why did they say to begin with 3:45?
So if you open up that Word document, you can just press Control F and type in 345 and find, you know what I mean? If you, any key term about the affidavit, Lost Souls, you can, you know what I mean,
Okay.
quickly navigate it if you're on a computer.
Yeah, let me get over to my email real quick.
Um,
Which, if it is 3:25, that would make perfect sense because when JLR drove it from the gas station to the girl's house, it was, like, less than 3-minute drive.
mm,
So, if it's passing the gas station at 3:25 and then it pulls in the first time at the kid's house at 3:29, then, yeah, that would be possible.
mm. Well,
Alright. I'm getting
and
into my email now.
Lost Souls, that's what I was doing too earlier today was going on that map and like putting like starting to put the security cameras, the locations that were given in the
Mhm.
affidavit on, in the map. I want to get all those kind of maybe even go in and do the cell phone towers in the area, put those in the map, and then try to kind of figure out his movement and see if everything makes more sense after that, looking at
Okay.
that picture.
Okay, so Tad is saying 3:25 AM on camera, 3:45 AM on gas station. So it was 3:45. He was going by the gas station. The car was caught on camera. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back and find that picture. All right, let me get. Okay, so one of them is Word, right?
Yeah, I would pull up the Word. That's the one. That's the main one that would be useful. But if you want to double check that I didn't leave anything out, or maybe you might think I'm messed up in getting the text in there, you could pull up the PDF. I have the PDF of all the files of
Okay.
all the. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
Be- Court.
Okay.
I don't know why all courthouses do this, but whenever they have a file that's they digitize, they always do it one page at a time. And so,
Mhm.
like oil companies, like people like me would always have to go in and like PDF them to make it easier for the general public to use instead of
Yeah, just
sending a client here's 1,000 image files. It's like okay, here's 100 document files.
yeah, and you can just yeah, the PDFs are super easy. Just scroll through them, and
But the
that's all you
PDF you
really gotta
can't
do.
edit really is good. And it's like it just depends on your what programs you use. But with the Word file, you want to kind of make notes or search
Okay.
or do things like that. It's more uh, user friendly.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. Let's see, open it in Word. Let's see if it's gonna open. I don't know if I have. Uh, I should have Word on my
Well, thank you,
computer.
Roger. Alley Cat says she has an open link. I'm sorry, Lost Souls.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I don't mean to talk to your
Matt.
cat. But Alley Cat says, I have a link to an open source data website with cell phone time. Oh, that would be amazing, Alley Cat.
And Ray, someone wanted to ask real quick just how big your fish was on your picture.
That fish
Go
was 6
Pluto.
foot. I've caught bigger, but I can't pick up bigger. Not
Okay.
hoist it like that.
All right.
White Widow, I don't know if it'd be okay if I gave y'all my email. So if anybody ever wanted to request an email me something. I don't mind y'all giving that out if it makes it easier for anybody.
Okay. Yeah. If anybody needs it, they can just send me an email, and then I can just forward your email over to them.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how I
Okay.
usually do it for everybody, so they
Okay,
don't have
okay.
to give it out. As like they'll send me an email and say, "Send this to so and so," and then
Okay.
I send it over. Okay.
Whatever's
So
easiest for you, Lost Souls, is what I
okay.
want to do.
Yeah, that's yeah, White Widow Baby said just I
Okay.
have the email, White Widow Baby. I can forward it over to you whenever I send that other stuff on what was it? Gretchen. Okay, it is saying that it's trying to open my Word right now. Okay, so it may take it a few minutes to try to open.
Well, if you don't want to mess with that now, then the PDF. If you can open PDF files, I forgot to ask you if you had Word downloaded. You might not
Oh,
have it.
wait, here we go. Wait, is this in Word? Yes, this is it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'll accept. I have it on here. I just never used it.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Okay, now I gotta
So I try to make
see.
sure to. I even went back through after I kind of scrubbed all and like reformatted with all the same font and same space, and try to make it to where each page in the Word document has the same data that was on the page in the original file. So if it's on
Okay.
page 5 in the Word document, those are the exact words that were in the page 5 of the affidavit.
Okay. And I can just go through here and add stuff to it, right?
If you want, Lost Souls, yeah, absolutely. But I would recommend if you wanted to do that, I would save an original copy of the Word and then save another one where you want to edit it and try to, so that way if you wanted to revert back to the original, you would have, instead of having to go to the email again and
Okay.
re-downloading it. Which either way, it's up to you, but
Okay.
there's no
Because
big
I
deal.
do have the original affidavit, and these maps, they
Right,
did
but
such a horrible job with these maps.
I know it. It was like they gave it to their 5-year-old son with some crayons almost. Here, draw us a map, son.
Okay. Okay, I'm just looking through it right now. Okay. Wait, I gotta exit off all this stuff at the top of it though. I don't know what that was. Okay. Oh, wait, let me see. Hold on, my husband is sending me something. Pick up. Okay, so I got a quick question for everybody. If the camera that was outside that picked the noise up, like the whimpering or crying or whatever it was, and that had an affidavit, and then the dog barking and all this and that, and then the loud thud.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody think that it possibly could have picked up the noise of the sliding glass door? Because them things are not really like they're not super quiet, but they're not super loud either. But do you think
Mm-hmm.
it's a possibility that it could have picked up that noise of it opening and closing?
As a possibility, absolutely.
But my thing is how does the
A good
cam
point.
that caught that start recording? Doesn't it have to be by motion, not by sound, or do some of them record by sound?
I don't know.
And then
I don't know.
how long do they continue to record after that motion has ended? Is it like an actual time, like 30 seconds or whatever? And if so, was there more recorded than what they actually put out?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. But I'm sure that if it's motion censored activated, there's probably settings that the users can go in and say, we want it to record 5 seconds or 10 or 30 seconds after the triggering event, you know?
Yeah, that's what I would think, but that's just my question.
That's what we do on our trail cams is we have those options. So I'm sure if it's a security cam, it has a lot more options.
Yeah, because I mean, it seems like if it was able to pick a sound 50 feet away from a house, but sounds that was going on inside of this house, then it
Mm-hmm.
should have been able to pick up that noise of that door opening and closing.
Right.
Or,
Yeah, that makes sense.
I would think that it would. Even it's just the noise of the door on the track, you know,
Mm-hmm.
opening. Even if, and maybe he opened it and left it open. I still think it possibly could have caught that noise. And, it wasn't put in the affidavit though. So I don't know if that was just something that they know that's on the camera footage, but they didn't think that um, it meant anything or would help solidify a search or an arrest warrant for this guy. So that's the reason why they didn't put it in there or what?
And then
Mm-hmm. That's a good
what
point.
time did that camera start recording? That sound was recorded. What time was that? They never
Uh,
said.
Let
let's
me see.
see, 417, I believe it was.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Think that. Hold on, wait, let me look.
Yes, it was at approximately 417, a security camera on 1112 King Road.
Yeah, picked up a distorted audio and dog barking.
Yeah. So I already have that camera kind of on the map placed. Um, and so I'm trying to go through now and kind of put in all the other points that are referred to at all in the affidavit and at least mark them.
Okay. And another thing, if it would have picked up that sound, it would have helped Dylan because it would have picked up the sound of him, especially if he would have walked by her. Like if she's being honest about that, and she's being honest about the time that he walks by her
Mm-hmm.
and going out the back door and then the door shutting behind him, it
Yeah.
would have picked up that sound on the camera too. So it would have just
Yeah.
been like, they're saying about the bloody shoe print in front of her door. And it corroborated with what she said as far as her story and his pathway and all that. Well, that would have also helped her,
Yeah.
as far as the door noise and all that. But I don't know, maybe it did and they just didn't put it in the affidavit because they didn't. I'm sure there's a boatload of stuff that they didn't put in there. I think they
You
just
think?
did I think they
Yeah,
just
you
did the
think?
minimum,
Yeah. I
just
just think they were
enough to
trying to
get
get
the
that warrant. You know, they were trying
right.
to get that warrant and just put in just enough to be able to get that warrant.
Yep.
Real
Suspect
quick,
way, thank
boss.
you.
So I think somebody's said that they're in the backstage waiting. I'm not sure if you
Okay, hold
see
on one
that.
second and I'll check. Let me grab this picture real
I'm
quick.
sorry. Yeah.
And then
Uh,
my thing is, why did they only put one print when there should have been a trail of prints, unless it was cleaned up? Because they couldn't see the shoe print. They had to use the amino black to even tell there was a shoe print there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think Ray and Loss, that the more I look at this affidavit, the more I'm thinking it's a little bit of people out of their element in writing it.
right.
You know, a little bit.
Okay, James, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
Hey, what's up, James?
What's going on?
That's good,
I
bro.
didn't even really. I'm not trying to be up here. I just had to ask Scarlett something that me and someone was discussing in the chat earlier.
Okay.
Scarlett, didn't we determine that you remember the guy was talking about him and that group had the camera behind the house and
And they
you know
said they came out and
Recording
said
for
that
like,
they lied about the camera, it wasn't really there.
yeah. Is that
Yeah,
now a real thing?
I don't know. I heard something about it today, and me and where did we see that at? About the camera in the backyard? Where did we see that about the camera in the backyard? And then they came out and said that it wasn't real? On Harsh Reality. That huh?
Oh yeah. I left a comment on that channel and told him that I don't think that was real, but I think it was me and Marissa. Yeah, Marissa's in chat right now. She was telling me that they said
Because he was talking about the woman, remember, ran away from the house at 2 o'clock.
yeah, cuz
And that I think that's what got it started, the whole conversation about the camera being in the backyard because they caught the
yeah,
woman running from the house at 2 o'clock when a vehicle pulled up, but if you think about it, that
like
would
a
have been
black truck.
probably yeah, a black truck pulled up, but that would have been close to the time that Kaylee and Maddie got home.
I think yeah, and I think we were thinking that was maybe them getting dropped off or something like
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, from the
But
grub truck.
yeah, it was Marissa and me we were talking earlier. She look at the chat. She says they put out a statement supposedly.
Supposedly. Yeah, the dude came out and said that they I guess some kind of, uh, I forgot what the guy called his group or whatever,
A
but,
photography club or something like that.
something like that, and he come out and said that they had a house, Lord, they had a camera behind the house and it recorded from 8 PM to 8 AM, and that they caught the girl running away from the house at 2 AM, and everybody was like, "Okay, why do you even have a camera behind these girls' house pointing at their house to
Yeah.
be able to catch someone leaving?" And then he comes back out like a couple of days later and said that
And
it
he
wasn't
said that it
true.
was fake. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
we did know that LE had a tripod camera like but it was I think after because people were like I seen the camera on camera, but it was like LE's tripod or some type of media had left a tripod or something out there, but I could have swore that we determined that dude said he was lying about that
yeah, I remember him coming out after that and saying because I kept saying it, like, in order for you to catch a woman running away from the house at 2 o'clock in the morning, you had to have your camera pointing at their house.
yeah.
Like, why would you have a camera pointing at a house with all girls in it overnight? Like, it didn't make sense. And then a few days later, he comes out and says, "No, it wasn't true," and all this and that. Um, but the tripod, I don't know if it was media that had left it or who it was, but there was a tripod in front
Yeah.
of the house at the corner right there where it turns, goes
Yeah.
in front of the girl's house and it makes the curve up beside of their house. There was a
Yeah.
tripod there at that corner.
I remember that one. I remember that tripod, but
Yeah, I don't know whose it was. I don't know if it was, I mean, it looked like a nice one, a big, huge, nice tripod, but I
yeah.
don't know if it was the media's or if it was just somebody who left it there for anybody else to use or what. I don't know.
All right. Yeah, I didn't really have nothing to talk about, but I was like, man, I don't know, just it was just on my mind. I was like, I could have swore that we figured that out like a month ago or something. It was
Yeah.
really because the dude
Been a while.
himself, the guy himself said I made it up, and then he erased like the post and all that stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yep.
all I wanted to. I don't know. I was just tripping on that because I was thinking like, damn, if that was real, that's pretty crazy, but I don't
Right,
know.
because Harsh had put the video out about did a woman help talking about
Yeah,
Bryan,
was
did a
there a
woman help
woman
him?
accomplice or something like that?
And I was like, "Wait a minute, there hasn't been anything said about a woman because literally, 'Hey, Petey, how are you?'" Like, literally, I completely forgot about the dude saying that the camera had been behind the house and the woman running away, and then when I got to watching it, and then I was like, "Yeah, I do remember that," but he came out and said that it wasn't true.
Yeah,
Now, whether it's true or not, I don't know. I mean, they came out and said that it wasn't, and it might have just been because a lot of people were questioning, "Why did you even have a camera back there?"
yeah,
So,
I still see people talk about stuff that's been debunked.
yeah.
They keep bringing it
right.
back up.
They
Yeah.
hold on to it, Ray. Like they receive it and they just absorb it, and
Yeah,
they
it just stick
become
yeah,
People
it
that.
just
people
sticks
think
with their
their
brain.
ideas are correct,
Yeah,
and they won't let go of what their ideas are. I keep seeing things. I say Venus and Mars. Women think one way, men think the other. And I
yeah,
keep seeing women think the same way, and the men keep thinking the opposite way. You
yeah,
know,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
The
don't know.
other
I
thing
mean,
that I was gonna say that's crazy is I can see Brandon on chat in my StreamYard. That's weird.
but you can't see him on
I
your
can't see
YouTube
him
one?
on YouTube. Yeah, I can't see him on YouTube, but I can see him on here. I don't know.
That's
That's weird.
weird. Hmm. I don't know, because
But
he
the
said he couldn't see you either, so I don't know. He said he went and looked at his, what is it, block list, and there wasn't nobody on there, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I don't know. Like, soon as I got backstage, I was like, oh damn, I can see the people that I couldn't see. I don't know. It's weird.
Is there sometimes people can say something on YouTube chat, and if it gets like if they take their comment back, I can still see it for some reason on my StreamYard chat, which doesn't make any sense either. I would have figured that it would delete it off of both of them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Marissa, no, honey, I didn't think you were spreading misinformation.
Oh no, not at all, Marissa. I was just I knew me and Scarlett had talked about it like 2 nights in a row. So that's the only reason I was wondering, like, damn,
Yeah,
did it come out that that was real? Because the dude himself had
said that
said,
it, yeah,
yeah, he
that it
said,
wasn't. And
mm-hmm.
like I said, I had completely forgot about it until I watched Harsh's video today. Because when I seen about the woman, I was like, "What woman is he talking about?" I hadn't heard about a woman, and I thought maybe he had heard something that I hadn't heard about, and then he got to talking about that.
That's exactly why I clicked on that video, because I was like, damn. Because okay, I did see one other thing about a woman, and it was a screenshot of a chick before we knew about Bryan or anything. She said Bryan did it, but she said that she was like, he has a white vehicle, but she said that it was the truck, that it was when Maddie, Kaylee, and Hoodie Guy were walking when they released the new footage.
Mhm.
And there was a chick that said that Bryan did it. Bryan K did it. Uh, he has a white vehicle, but she said that it was the truck that we seen in the background. And then she says,
Seems like I remember somebody talking about that this girl had brought it up,
yeah,
but like before his name was ever brought up.
ever
That
known.
yeah, I remember somebody else saying that because we were all saying he wasn't on nobody's radar, and somebody else said no. This other lady had brought his name up several weeks ago.
Yep. And
Yeah.
she said that a woman or a female put him up to it, and she said that the female's initials were AM.
AM. I wonder
That
who.
was the only other time I seen anything about a female. And when I seen that, I was tripping because no one knew this guy's name. It was like weeks before we ever.
Right.
It was like in November. It was not even near December 30th or whenever they announced him. But that was the only other time that I heard of a female, and she said that the female put him up to it, and she wasn't with him or nothing like that, but she put him up to it, or something like paid him, or it said that she put the hit out or something like that, and her initials were AM. I have the screenshot of that post on my phone.
Okay. Trying to think of whose initials or just what girl we know who starts with an A.
Yeah.
Trying to think if I've heard of any of them, because I mean, mostly it's always been, Katie, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana. Um, who
Yeah,
else?
it could be a typo because A is way far away from D.
Well, 2 letters over. So yeah.
Yeah, but
Trying to
she
think.
sure enough put Bryan K did it. That was
I
really
remember
how the
that.
post starts. So someone's I don't know, like unless 4chan is full of psychic
They're definitely full of it.
psychics. It's
Yeah,
like,
I don't I think you should take 4chan with a grain of salt, honestly.
yeah.
Half of a grain of
And I'm
salt.
not sure that it was 4chan, but I know that they were talking about that post, and they were talking about that anonymous post that was real graphic and ugly.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it was a Facebook group or if it was a Reddit or something, but yeah, that's the only other time I heard of a female. It's just weird.
I'm sitting here now. I'm trying to think of who is AM because I know like Jack K's sister. I can't remember her name, but the girl who sent him. I mean, not him. Sent his sister the Venmo. Hers was MG. I'm just trying to think of all the different females that's been mentioned, but I don't remember an AM.
Yeah,
Unless it's just somebody who's never been mentioned.
could be. Hell, Bryan wasn't
Does
even
Dylan
mentioned
have a
at the time.
sister?
What is it, Ray?
I said, does Dylan have a sister?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Or even a family member? It doesn't necessarily have to be a sister. It could be a daughter of her father's brother.
Crumb
What was
crazy. Did we do a thing on Dylan?
MA? Maybe it's MA.
Who would be MA though?
I'm gonna email you that screenshot, Scarlett, just so you
Okay.
can because I'm sure it says AM. I don't
Okay.
know who AM is. I don't know. People in the chat are saying Hunter's girlfriend, but
Yeah, but her name is Emily.
yeah, I was
Hunter's
thinking
girlfriend.
her name was with an E or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, crumb crazy. Did we do some type of report on Dylan? Does she have sisters is what I'm wondering. I can't remember if we did one on her or not. That is, I don't know. Now I'm gonna be racking my brain to think of who AM is.
It
Yeah.
could be a cousin too, because it could still have to be the last name and not be a sibling.
Yeah.
We gotta do some hunting on the
Deep
sorority
diving.
girls or anyone that maybe,
Oh yeah, I didn't think about the sorority girls.
yeah, maybe Kaylee or one of the girls had a issue with, or maybe Maddie and Santa had an issue with, you know, one of
Wasn't
the,
Maddie and Dylan, didn't they have a fight previously? And Dylan or Maddie had posted it somewhere, it's like on TikTok or that's what I heard somewhere, that they had like a fight 2 weeks prior.
I haven't heard that yet, Ray.
I remember Xana's father saying that she got into a fight with a guy not too long ago.
Really?
Yes.
Isn't that supposedly what the fight had started over at the frat party that night? Something why Ethan got into it?
I heard that that wasn't really a fight, that it was made up by Fratanon.
Okay.
But I might be wrong. I might not. But that's the last I had heard in my mind. I filed that away as possibly not.
Okay,
I
'cause
mean,
they,
it could have been. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it could have been.
The
you know,
way
they,
he worded it was like it was, like a few weeks ago, and that was maybe why he changed the locks or something like that. I
Oh,
could
that
be
makes
wrong,
sense.
but
because they
That would
kept
make
saying that there
that's
was, they kept saying that there was a fight at the, well, not a fight, but an argument at the frat party that night, and that it was between Ethan and another guy, and Dylan had to step in it and make them both stop. So I'm wondering if it
you
is, maybe did it have
Dylan or
something to do with,
Xana?
I mean, not Dylan, Xana, I'm sorry.
Xana. Lost Souls, do you remember where you might have heard that from? I know it's been
Oh
a
god.
while.
Yeah, this was like at the very
Yeah.
beginning, when the case first started.
I was maybe put an asterisk in your mind, but that might be, you know, uh,
Because I can't even remember who they said that he got into the argument with, but didn't one of the family members confirm that there had been an argument with Ethan and someone else?
well, James, James, were you saying? I know that. James, were you referring to a fight before that night, and that's why their dad
yeah.
was doing the locks? So a separate
Well,
event in Lost Souls. Are you referring to a fight that night of the event?
It was the night that they were at the frat party.
That
Like,
yeah. So you're
yeah,
referring to that night at the, I
yeah,
think just making sure we're on the same rails.
yeah. Well, I'm
yeah.
referring to what
Previous.
her dad was saying, and the
Okay.
chronological order that he mentioned it was like the fight was first, and then he spoke about changing the locks
After.
after
So
that. Not,
I get
I
confused
don't know if
easy.
it was related, but I remember because I was like, "Damn, Xana got in a fight with a dude. Like, that's crazy." And it could have been, maybe the interview was 2 weeks after the crime, and that, but
Yeah.
he made it seem like it was well before this, so
James, can I ask you real quick? You are aware that that like rumor of the fight happening that night at
yes.
Omega?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Just
Yeah,
making
yeah.
sure.
I remember
And
that.
then the one I was talking about was that there is a post somewheres about Maddie and Dylan having an argument 2 weeks prior to the murders.
With
And she
somebody at Stigma
posted
Chi.
on some social media website.
I remember that, Ray.
Okay.
I remember that they said two of the roommates got into some type of altercation. But I mean, that picture that they took like hours before this thing happened,
Mhm.
it
Remember
looked
that
like
song,
everyone was all good.
Smiling Faces. Smiling Faces.
Yeah.
That was the picture that was taken over at the apartments in front of the house.
Yeah.
Yes. Those apartments that can be seen from the road, right?
Right, yeah, because
Yeah.
me and White Widow Baby, once I figured out where the picture was, like what building the pictures were taken at, we
Mhm.
literally went back and forth to the Google Maps and then back to that picture, and then back to Google Maps, and we literally narrowed down where the girls were standing at when the picture was taken.
Oh,
Like, all the
wow.
girls in Ethan. And there is, if you look at the first building there, they're on the second floor, I believe it is. There's a door, with a red wreath on it.
Mhm.
If you're looking from street view, and
Mhm.
we determine it is literally where that door with the red wreath on it, the window to, if you're looking at the door, it'd be the window to the right. They were standing right in front of that window. And yeah, like she
Mm.
said, we literally stayed up all night just bouncing back and forth from street view to the picture. And finally was able to determine, I mean, we was like looking in the background of the picture, looking at the stairs, determining where the little, like when you're going up the stairs and it's like the little walk area, and then you go up more stairs.
Uh-huh.
Like, we determined all of that and finally pinpointed, like, counting doors and posts and everything until we finally figured it out.
That is awesome. Do you think that that was in front of somebody they knew? Like, that lived there? You know? I wonder, do you remember which house? Could you, if we pulled it up, could you point it back out again?
Yeah, hold on, I can pull maps up real quick and do it.
Because I wonder if that's, I mean, I would think, I always assumed when I see that picture that they took it outside of a friend's house that was right, or apartment. They just like left, probably drinking beers at those apartments and left and said, let's take a picture. I mean, why would they walk over there and just
Right.
take pictures in front of, you know?
Random houses.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get it pulled
Which is
up
so
here.
crazy that Kaylee posted that day, those pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the caption that she put on it was
Yeah.
like
It's
kind of
just,
like makes the hair stand up on your
Yeah,
arms.
that's
Like,
the
it's
that's the
crazy.
one that she put about that it's good to be surrounded by people like this or something like that.
she's something
Yeah.
about she's lucky to be surrounded by such good people, or yeah.
Yeah, or
Yeah,
these
yeah.
ladies or something.
Yeah. Yeah. It's lost something like that. But when this started, they always show that picture. That was always like the main picture that they showed, at the beginning, and they still do. And it
Mhm.
took me away, and like weeks later, I went on Instagram and was just like looking at the different girls' instas that were still public, and I saw that, and I saw it was that day, and I didn't realize it. I thought it had been like weeks or something before, is what I'd assumed. And it's just like, man, that was so weird, like so crazy that such a you know, such a iconic picture. It was like just that. That was like one of the last things she had done was took
Yeah,
that picture.
earlier in the
Crazy.
day.
Yeah. Horrible.
Alright,
Yeah.
so can y'all see that door right there with the, or is that pulled up yet? It
Yeah.
might not have came up yet.
Yeah, I can see
Okay, it's
that.
that door right there with the wreath on it. And if you go back
Oh,
and all you gotta do is count from this, where this wall right here is solid, and just count the
Mhm.
posts. There's 1 post, 2 posts, and you can determine it's literally right there in front of that window.
I
And
actually
for
found
the
Mhm.
longest time, I always thought that picture that was taken here was actually taken at the girl's house in the backyard.
I did too.
I thought that. And then
Mm.
I kept, I don't know why I didn't realize every time I would see the picture, I would see the steps in the background. And then I got to thinking, wait, the house don't have steps in the backyard, so it can't be there. And then I realized, oh shit, it was taken in front of these apartments.
Mhm.
And we even tried
It
to find out who all lived in these apartments, trying to like figure out, if their connection to that apartment.
is that the side of the building facing the street?
Yeah, because
Okay.
this is,
Taylor.
see, here's Taylor Avenue right here.
Um,
And yeah, if you just, like I said, this is the only place that you can see the door, because everywhere else on,
well, I don't know if you
like,
can see the
you can't see it because it's all blocked.
Well, Scarlett, I don't know if you can see in backstage the preview of
But
the screen. You don't have to share it, but if you can see it, this is a picture I found on Google Earth of that building, and I was just kind of curious if you had seen this.
okay, so that's gonna be, let's see,
Have
hold
you seen
on.
this
I'll
one?
have to go out of Street View and go, no,
Yeah,
but I should be able to see it from here. Wait, let me go down this way. It's because I'm on this purse now, or Pierce, or however you say this. If I should be able to get, I'm gonna have to go down this way. Should be a place that you can get because I can't take it from the band field.
Mm-mm.
I don't know if there's gonna be an open spot in order to get it. Yeah, there's not.
Well, like looking on it on Google Earth, there's lots of like places where people have pictures, but around this area, they've scrubbed a lot of those. You can tell in this area.
Wait. Yeah, that's okay. So see, you can see it from here,
Mm-hmm.
and that's just where you're pulling into the parking lot of Sigma Chi. You can see it from there, but that's it. You can see the two apartment buildings is right next door to the house.
Mm-hmm. Well, real quick, if you want, I can show you this picture that I found that's a really high quality.
Okay.
That's right in front of those, and then I'll just pass it back to you. But if you like this picture, I can email it to you. Have you seen this?
Okay. No, this was actually taken. That's gonna be a. Wait, let me pull it. Let it pull up on my TV because I can't see it on my computer.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like it's taken from the backyard of the Sigma Chi house.
Yes, like
Is what it.
this is that Banfield.
Right. That's what it looks like. Because there's a video of that's on the I think it's on their Instagram, the Sigma Chi Instagram, and
Mm-hmm.
you can see what is that, a tennis court or volleyball court or
Yes,
something right
yes,
there?
yes. Right here.
You can see, yeah, you can see all of that in their video that they have on
The,
Instagram. And no
and
way, thank you
there
so
is a
much for becoming
basketball
a
court
member and
too.
welcome to the family.
You're
Yeah,
right,
there's
Los Angeles. Over here to the left, there is also a basketball court
right, and then
and a volleyball
there's
court.
let's see, what there was something else that they got back there too. I forgot what it was.
I can look on real quick. Uh, it's oh shoot, sorry, I was working on something else over here. Okay, it was over here.
It's like right at the back of
Um,
their
let me see here. Let me. There are at those. So like
you may
here.
have
I
to go
don't
to
know if
the
you
left a little bit.
left.
Okay, yeah, there's the empty field. Okay, no, I was just trying to figure out where Sigma Chi was.
So like
That
this is where
empty
I found
field
that
right there,
picture.
I believe. Okay, is that field still empty or do they have a house there now?
Oops.
What year is that
Um.
picture from?
I'm not sure. Lost
Scott
Souls. If I can.
asking for a link, Scarlett.
Who?
Scott Black is asking for a link.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Oh, here's
grab
another
it real
picture.
quick.
And Lost
Scott,
Souls,
are
if
you
you
really
want
wanting to
it.
come up? I have to watch Scott, y'all.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say if you want any of these pictures, just let me know when I can send you the files of these.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you can send them if you want to. That'd be fine.
I think this was that basketball court or a tennis court. Looks like.
Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. James dropped off?
Yeah, I think
Hold
That's
on.
what
he.
I noticed. I
I
didn't
think
hear
he
him say
dropped.
it.
Okay. Okay, James, can you hear us?
Yeah, I was
I didn't know you
I,
dropped off. I'm sorry.
I didn't think I did. I had minimized my screen to email you that screenshot, and I guess it timed out after a couple seconds or something. But I emailed you that screenshot, and it's kind of blurry, but it's legible.
I'm gonna pass it back
Okay.
to you, Lost Souls.
No, I'm done. That was the only thing that I was gonna show was the picture of where we were at looking at that apartment building to determine
Okay.
where where that picture was taken at.
I'll do whatever you want. Do you want me to keep this up or?
No, I mean, if you're done with it, you can exit
Yeah.
off of it. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. There you go.
All right. Okay, let me see. Who is this? Okay, see, I never saw the girl's name that was talking about it. I just remember it being said. Killer is Bryan K., owner of the GMC truck, seen also in the video. He left it, he left it up parked. Order was made by a woman named AM. She sent a message to Kaylee. If you tell Maddie, there will be consequences. Well, if she told Maddie what?
Hmm.
That's weird.
Maybe the what did you tell Adam thing, or I don't know. I
Well,
mean,
maybe Kaylee told Maddie and Maddie told Adam.
yeah.
And then that's what Kaylee's wanting to know. Maddie, what did you tell Adam? I told Adam everything.
So that in that video that I sent you, they talk something about that near the end of it, connection with drugs.
Okay. Okay, is this girl's, what is this? Is this her Instagram?
I can't tell where that post comes from.
It kind of looks like Instagram, but I can't tell if it's that or I don't think that's Twitter. That must be Instagram.
It definitely doesn't look like 4chan.
No, because everything I've seen on 4chan was all pink writing
Yeah, pink or green
or
boxes or
pink, yeah,
something.
boxes and stuff. Okay, y'all, and I wrote something down earlier and now I can't find it. What the hell?
Dumb and stupid to me are bad words. I used to tell my kids all the time, don't call yourself or others that.
And I don't know who this dingo detective is that's sitting backstage, but I haven't seen them in chat. And I believe they were backstage last night, sitting back there doing stuff.
Hey,
I've
Brandon,
been backstage before.
no
You
worries,
wouldn't notice me.
Brandon. It's all good, man. I'm not tripping at all. I
Wait,
think
Scott is dingo detective? Why is he not using Scott Black? I'm not gonna know you. Scott, I'm not gonna know you by dingo detective.
oh man.
Well, I should have thought dingo Australia. I should have thought of that. But it's not. I can't add you. There's nothing there. You're not connected or something. I literally, y'all, he was in the backstage last night whenever I ended it, and I seen this dude like doing something in front of the camera, so I thought he was a troll. And so I didn't ever bring him up.
That
I'm
is
sorry.
hilarious.
I literally thought you were a troll, Scott. I'm sorry.
Congratulations, Scott. You played yourself.
Oh, he was waving.
He was asking you to call 911. Someone was breaking in.
Well, I can't pull him up because he's not connected. But I literally, y'all, I seen it whenever I said last night, I'm gonna go ahead and end it. I didn't ever bring this dude up. Like he had his camera on and he was like doing stuff in front of the camera. I thought he was doing something like gonna try to bomb me or something.
Oh
And
no.
I didn't know it was him because I didn't think Scott Black would be dingo whatever.
That's messed up, Lost Souls. Man, you're a
Hey,
troll. You're mean, Lost Souls.
I was on the panel when
Yes.
somebody did that.
Yes. Yeah.
It was
Oh
horrible.
man.
That's why. Okay, so okay, Scott, do you want to leave your camera on? If you do, just give me a thumbs up and I'll bring you up.
That's hilarious.
Okay, he cut it off. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I am
Yes.
sorry. I did not know it was you because I should have got it by dingo, but
I was waving madly last night, and then you kept getting kicked, and you must have thought I was a hacker, Chinese hacker.
I didn't know what you were doing. I seen like whenever I said, okay, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and end it before I get kicked out and I can't come back in. And all I see you in front of the camera is like waving your arms and shit. And I'm like, okay, I'm not bringing this dude up because I don't know who this is. I just remember Dingo Detective, and that's why I said it just a second ago. Like, okay, I remember this guy from last night. I don't know who he is, but I'm not bringing him up.
I don't blame you. He's dodgy.
But I didn't think about it though, because when you said you wanted a link a minute ago, I was like, Scott, do you really want to come up? Because you've asked before, but you were just joking.
I know, I get scared. I'm very nervous, shy.
Well,
Oh.
there's nothing to be nervous about.
You're the first shy Australian I've ever heard of.
It's the what?
Said you might be the first shy Australian I've ever met.
Oh
Usually
no, There's heaps of us in here, mate. We're everywhere.
Okay, well, I'm
Yep.
glad y'all are represented.
But none of the rest of y'all are shy, though.
That's funny because, like
I
I
guess
said, when I call T-Rev, my voice is quivery and all that. I get so nervous.
I guess I should have said all Aussies are good natured. Maybe shy wasn't the right word. Hey, there he is.
I know they're hilarious, so honestly.
Yeah, they are. They have a thicker skin than Americans and Europeans.
Right.
They can take a joke.
Last I thought you weren't going to stay on late, and then you kept going. I'm like, yeah, okay, let's go.
Well, I said I wasn't gonna stay on late tonight, but I always say that, and then I end up staying on late.
Where's Troll? We need Troll.
A troll is back here behind me laughing. He's like whenever I said that about the long article earlier, he starts laughing, and then when I said about Scott, he starts laughing. He's like, "Just let my buddy up."
That's what I like about him. He's a good guy. Good guy.
He's got jokes tonight though, y'all. For real. Like I think he did the long article thing on purpose. Honestly.
Simper said Scott's a liar, he ain't shy, and he knows. I am shy. I haven't been on television.
I don't think any of the Aussies that we have in here has been shy at all. Wait, does Crime Crazy one up here?
Come on, CC.
Hold on. Let me grab a link real quick. Okay, now it's gonna get funny, y'all.
Yeah, this is gonna be crazy right here.
Hey, Mike Black, who's your rugby team?
Scott.
Wait, who?
Oh, Scott Black. Is that his name?
Yeah, Scott.
Yeah, Scott.
Scott.
Yo.
Well, who's your rugby team?
Melbourne Storm. Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Definitely Melbourne Storm. But I don't really follow rugby, but I don't follow football either. I'm like a weird Australian.
Oh, that's all right.
Bugsy, have a good night, honey. Okay, so is Jim J in here?
Yes, she is. I'm waiting on her because she told me yesterday she was coming up, but
okay, now here's Jim. Crime Crazy, are you coming up?
If you need room, just let me know. I'll hop off.
Yeah,
I should have plenty of room.
I'll probably
she can
jump
fit
off.
10 adults and 35 midgets, mate. She's got heaps of room.
10 adults, 35 midgets.
Okay, so there's Jim. I'm trying to see if Crime Crazy, if you're gonna come up. Like, we need 3 Aussies up here.
Or she can only fit 2 Americans.
2 Americans and 3 Aussies.
40 midgets or 2 Americans. That's the range.
So, Jim, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm
Hey,
doing
Jim.
good.
What's up, Jim J? How you doing?
Oh, I'm all right. How are you?
Oh,
I'm
wait,
doing
Crime
well.
Crazy says she's back. Oh, wait, there's Crime Crazy.
What's up, Jim?
I'm here.
Oh,
Hang
God,
on.
it's going to kick
Crime
off.
Crazy.
Ah,
I'm getting some
Hello,
echo
Crime
on my
Crazy.
end.
And
Is
I
anyone else
need to drink a
echoing?
beer. Like a party over here.
I can hear a slight echo when James is talking.
Really?
Wait, I didn't hear it then.
I don't think that's me.
Yeah, I think you're good, James.
I
Because I
think
was
Scott
hearing
had
it.
an
When
echo.
I was.
I think he just dropped, didn't
No, Scott's still up here.
he? Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
Oh, funny.
Do you want me to go
Oh,
through
man.
my theory about Dylan?
Yes, please.
Yes.
I do.
Yeah, because I've never get to hear you talk, just all your funny comments in chat. So, yes.
Yeah, I lose focus. You know that.
Yes.
That's because he's drunk.
I agree.
Well, here's what I think with regard to Dylan. I really think that because this guy's about control, right? Everything everyone's talking about is everyone's trying to be logical. They're not talking about a psycho, right? He's a psycho. He's a sick SOB. So that was the PG version, just in case there's anyone under 18 here. But he's is crazy, right? And
Yes.
I've
Yes.
listened to every one of the YouTube videos. You know what I'm like. I listen to everything. I just hear it from the all the psychologists, all that sort of
What is
stuff.
that noise?
Crime Crazy's fallen
Crime
asleep.
Crazy, you
Just
snoring.
end of the story.
Are you
Oh
seriously,
man.
CC? Oh my
Yeah.
god. Okay, fine. So
Crime Crazy snoring.
they all say it's sexual, right? So he's a sexual deviant. It's sexual. The knife's his wee, right? So that's the polite version. So this is a type of person or type of criminal that, one, they keep trophies. The knife is his phallic symbol. And control is his modus operandi. So it would not surprise me, and I'm not going to say why I believe this, but I will say I truly believe it, and I don't think anyone will change my mind. I think he actually saw Dylan. I actually think he spoke to her, and I actually think he said to her, if you don't call the police, I will let you live.
Oh.
And then I'm coming back tomorrow and I'll check. And if you do, I know where you live.
So
And
that
they're
would
not going to
make
catch me, believe
sense
me.
with him coming back. Like, so that would make sense with him coming
That's
back at
interesting.
9 o'clock, 9:30, somewhere around in there.
Yep.
There's no police, so that makes sense.
Yep.
Mhm.
And if you call them, I'm going to come back and get you because, believe me, I'll get you before they get me. Because you don't know who I am yet.
Right.
And,
Hey, Kentucky Leah, how are you?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
And that's, I truly believe, I think that actually makes sense. It's the only thing that makes sense, right, in my mind. Because otherwise, all of our minds blew. It's like, what the fuck?
What did you just say?
Hey, you're on TV.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's not PG.
It's not the first off.
Hey, Scott, don't fucking swear on YouTube.
Okay,
Just let me
sorry.
know. Let me know when you're gonna swear, and I'll do this.
Ready now. Now. He's a fuck. No.
Yeah,
I'm not good
wait.
with timing.
I've never heard Scott. Well, I've never heard Scott talk, but this is the first time I've ever read or heard him have a logical explanation.
Oh,
Usually,
that's burn. Damn, this is a roast.
no, I'm being serious because usually he's in chat playing, trying to get Nightbot to do things that he can't make it do.
Hey, he
He's
could. He
literally,
used to. He did first. He
yeah,
used to
and
make
then
Nightbot do stuff.
I had to take it away from him.
I know.
And then, like, he's always making people laugh in chat and all that. Like, he's literally like a logical explanation, y'all.
I know. I'm a bit worried.
And this is why I think so. An extension of that theory. This is why I
Because
think
you've
he
had
is.
vodka.
That's it. Now we figured it out.
You've had vodka. You've
I get
come
let
to
him
an
into the vodka
epiphany.
I do get smarter with vodka. That's actually a known fact.
Now, please explain more about the logic of a killer.
So
You're
this
asking
is,
Scott the logic of a killer.
Vodka
Yeah,
Scott.
right.
Remember, he's got superpowers
right.
now.
Vodka Scott.
and
Sober
all
Scott,
of this,
no one.
all of this is my opinion, which is fact in my mind. So there's that.
And
Oh,
naturally.
because it's a fact in his mind, y'all.
Yeah,
But hey,
that's
Crime
right.
Crazy. He's
I double checked my mind, and it's right.
He's down south.
Well,
He's
that
way
explains,
down south.
yeah, that explains a lot.
I know exactly.
Let me
Hey, I
check.
got a
Yes,
I
that's
got a
true.
reply for you, Scott. So with what you just said, that he told her, if you don't say anything, I'll let you live or whatever.
Yep.
Do you think that she knew what happened at that time to hold on to what he said like that?
I think she suspected something was really wrong, but she also knew there was a thin door that would have taken 3 kicks for him to be in.
Oh, what was that?
That was my door. Sorry.
Oh, sound like a
Should have
dog
muted.
got ran
I'll
over.
mute
They're
now.
from Australia. They got animals everywhere.
Oh, wait, we
Yeah,
have
we-
koalas at Crossroads. Hello.
Yeah, there's a kangaroo jumping by. No, but that's a good point, James. That because what would be the motive for her to not check if she had to have known it was something serious happened to be scared enough to stay in a room or to not say anything?
Yeah.
Is that what you're kind of saying, James?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like, say for instance, he did say that. Let's say for instance, Scott is correct, and he did say that.
They'll say that
And
too many
as
times. You'll
soon as
give
he
Scott a
leaves,
dickhead.
as
Damn,
soon
you're
as he
brutal, Austin.
leaves, she would have checked to see what he was talking about. Now, would the words of this man that she just ran across in her house be strong enough to make her see her friends mortally wounded and not call the cops?
I don't think she cracked the door. I think he walked into her room.
And he probably scared her so bad she didn't want to come out and see what had happened.
And he said, lock the door behind you and don't come out till tomorrow. And don't call the police. I honestly, that's what I feel.
So you're thinking that he was in her room, or?
Yeah, I don't look at the hallway, right? If she was in the hallway, even if she cracked the door, I mean, you've got to take away. You can't take away the point that this guy's a psycho. He was in euphoria. He's just taken out 4 people,
Right?
And we're not sure of the timeline. He may have only taken out 2 at that point. Was going sort of upstairs, downstairs, who knows? But if he's gone in there and woken her up and said, "I'm going to let you live," and he's got a big K-bar knife at her throat, "I'm going to let you live, but you're going to shut the door and you're not going to call the police. If you call the police, I'm going to come back. They're never going to get me, but they'll get you." Listen to her account of how she described his eyebrows. That is someone up close and personal, not in a dark room.
Right.
But then what do you think that they're not telling the full truth about the footprints? Because I think they said it was 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
The footprints,
And
like this guy murdered 4 people and they found 1 footprint. Come on.
okay,
there's
but
heaps
if
more.
this guy is as crazy as we know he is, why would he weigh the risk over the reward of having a 5th victim and letting her hear his voice, letting her see his face, and then letting her go? You don't think that would be more of a risk to his
Control. He seeks control. You listen to every statement from every one of the people that have interacted with him. He wants to be the smartest person in the room. He wants to be the one in control.
And he
That could
wants
be
to make
part of
sure
it.
that everyone knows that he knows what he's talking about.
Correct. Yep. And this is why. So you got to. That's where it goes from the logical. You're right. Like, why would you leave a witness, right? But their mind's not logical. Their mind is. He only wanted really 2, maybe in my mind, maybe 2 victims, and that being Xana and Kaylee. And he probably did come across them at the vegan restaurant or what have you. But so the others were there, and it was like, well, she's one of the sorority anyway, and no one knows his motives yet. But this girl, he didn't know. He probably didn't know. He left her alive. And part of the extra, he's already on the euphoria of he's got his fix, his hit, right? So to them, it's like heroin. So he's got his fix, he's got his hit, and now it's an extra hit. It's like control. Now I'm going to control you.
Yeah, I could see that. I would
It's a
think
theory.
that if two was his target and the other two that he ran across, he took out without hesitation. I would just wonder why not the third one, you know?
But he's already in his state of euphoria, right? So
He's
serial
satiated.
killers, yeah,
And that's
serial killers.
also everybody trying to talk. No, I was just saying that's also along the lines where you keep saying we keep thinking logically, and we don't know what his mindset was. That
Yeah.
he wasn't thinking logically. He was just thinking, "Hey, I'm smarter. I'm in control, and I'm going to do what I want to do."
Yeah, I'm smarter than you. And he every account of anyone that's ever known him says he thinks he's smarter than everyone.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm thinking about.
weighing those odds. So with that theory, we would have to virtually say that Dylan lied and forensics was wrong about the footprint, correct?
The footprints are relevant in my mind.
Okay, I'm gonna mute out while I'm eating real quick, so y'all just continue talking.
Are you having cornbread?
No, I'm eating a Twix.
What?
It's candy.
Oh.
It's 3:00 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning, y'all. I need something to
He
keep me
said a
awake.
what?
It's a chocolate bar.
Yeah, it's chocolate candy.
I thought you were getting some cornbread or something. I didn't know what's
Oh
going
my
on.
god.
No. I've got to get y'all some cornbread over there. Like, y'all are missing out, for real.
Yeah, you got to send some of that stuff.
I'm gonna have to.
And key lime pie.
Yes, and that too. And some Kool-Aid.
Oh, no.
Good.
I don't want to be
That's just
drinking
like
no
40, I
Kool-Aid.
think.
Kool-Aid
No
is
way.
good, y'all. Y'all don't know what y'all are missing. All of kids in America have drank Kool-Aid at least once.
Oh,
you
yeah.
save that Kool-Aid and send it to Bryan in jail.
Bryan in jail. I was gonna send him a pack of bacon.
Yeah, fuck yeah, send him bacon.
Well, you all know what I'm going to send him.
Send them some pig's feet.
You got to send him some Marmite.
Vegemite.
I honestly
Vegemite.
thought Bubba had his way with him. I thought Bubba was going to come in with him holding his pocket on the way into the hearing.
I'm curious though if that's what happened to his face. Is that cheap razor?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
That looks like an isolated razor right there. I would expect to see like a rash or something. Look like he might have got
like-
punched by somebody.
On the spot on his cheek there beside of his mouth, it's like a long scratch.
Yeah, that's what I seen.
Because men don't shave from their mouth back towards their ear, do they? On their cheek, I've never seen a man do that. It's usually up and
I
down.
shave all
not-
different directions.
I've never seen
Yeah.
Bryan with facial hair to even wonder why he's even shaving. So I kind of don't even believe it.
I don't think there's been any pictures out of him.
Never.
Tuning him up.
Facial hair.
Never. Not that I've
Vegemite and cheese. CC, Vegemite and cheese is the best. You know that.
Okay, so with Scott's theory, there's a possibility that he's gonna beat this case because if that defense attorney has already got someone off because of lies or whatever, and Dylan did lie, we're looking at a possibility of this guy being free to do whatever he wants.
I'm not in that theory. I'm not discounting that Dylan was either drunk or on drugs as well. And also, this is why they're trying to get all the discovery. And any defense attorney in the world would be crazy to try and get her on the stand because, any prosecutor, because it's the weak link.
Yeah, but she's going on stand regardless because she's in the PCA. You know what I mean?
I kind of think no matter what she saw, says, or said, I don't think that's not the critical evidence against her. It's just something that is a link in the chain, but I kind of think regardless if she goes or doesn't go, you got DNA, you got cell phone data, you got sound, you got sight. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's
It
the
is an
preponderance
interesting
of
theory,
the
though.
vehicle, of the digital data, and
Oh
then
yeah.
DNA.
And then whatever's from his house, whatever's from his parents' trash, whatever's from his car, whatever we don't know about, So I don't know. It's an interesting theory, though, Scott.
Well, with Scott's theory, I'm thinking that if he did promise her all that and all the rest of it, I think she just would have shut up and not said one word
at all, right?
Exactly. That's the only bit in. Sorry, Scott, but it's the only bit in your theory that just doesn't. Like she would have just said, "Nope, didn't hear a thing. Was asleep the whole night." Blah 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 blah. blah.
Yeah, because you got to think
that's
she
the only
gave
thing.
that statement to Ellie probably that same morning. This guy isn't fought for another month and a half. So would she say that and live in fear, or would she, possible that maybe maybe he didn't say that, but she would have to been living in fear from November 13th, because I'm sure that's when she spoke to Ellie. There's no other time, that morning they were asking her everything she knew. So, I don't know.
Yeah, no, look, I agree, Gem J. Look, it's a theory. It's not like
exactly.
It's a theory, but it's the only one that makes sense in my mind. And and I had, let's just say, I had all my hairs stand up on end when I said that theory out loud.
Yeah.
And it was the only. I think that it's the only thing that makes sense in my mind. But the other thing with that is with the murder weapon and the trophies, and I think he got trophies. I think it's going to come out, and let's. I don't know anything. I'm certainly not his mate, but I think there's going to be trophies, and I think the murder weapon is going to be really close and in plain sight, and I think it'll be close so he can get to it.
On trophies, do you think
I
he
agree
had
on the
enough
trophy.
time to grab trophies within that small time constraint?
Yep.
I would
100%.
agree that he may have snatched something off of a dresser, or I mean, I can see that happening. Some type of sick, sadistic memorabilia. Not to say like undergarments or something, but just something small from the house, even on the way out. Anything, just grab something and
I think he's playing ducks and drakes with his little trip, but that's the trip he took all the time. He never took the short way across because there's too many cameras. He always took the long way. So he's trying to create a pattern, and that'll be part of his defense. And I think I don't think it's too far. It could be either close to home, school, or the parents' house. But he will not let that stuff out of his sight. That is the only
in
thing that gets him
Pennsylvania.
off. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I'm going
Well,
to
he is
place a bet.
definitely not
Place a
smart.
bet he took it cross country with him.
I
In
just can't
Dad's
see.
luggage.
He looked nervous as hell, and his blood pressure would have been going through the roof on that second stop.
Yeah.
But
He would have to change his knickers.
Imagine if the knife was in there and the trinkets.
Oh, he would have went straight to the bathroom as soon as that was all over and changed his knickers, for sure.
Yep. I'm not sure he wears knickers. Now we're going into a trans thing.
Underpants.
We could though, Gem J. We don't know.
No, we don't know.
He had a shock on the docks.
He might like women's clothes. He's
He
got
might
nice
too.
pursed lips, and he's going to need them where he's going for a while.
Yeah, so Bubba can take over.
That's it.
Yeah, he'll be someone's bitch.
Well, unfortunately, he's more safe in jail than he would be out in the world.
Well,
That's
not
for
if he was
sure.
in Australian jail. If he was in
Yeah.
Australian jail, he'd
He'd be hiding.
He'd be full on in isolation. He would be in segregation. He would be in protection.
Yeah.
He is. He
And
is.
even still,
Yeah.
and even still, the screws would probably get to him.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing though. What's the age though, right? Where it goes from kids to adults? Like, what are they? Where does the crim line sit?
Yeah, I kind of think they're just treating it as he murdered 4 people. You know, I don't think he's in threat of the child crime abuse. You know,
No, it's just
they're young to older people. You know, but you know, technically, it's like it's not anyone with a teen in the age, or you know, an adolescent or something like that, a toddler, to where he'd be already mincemeat right now.
You got to remember too, though, he is high profile now. So if someone wants to up their upstanding in prison, they'll take him out.
That's a
Hey,
good
look
point.
how quick they got to Epstein.
Yep.
Well, Epstein didn't kill himself though,
That's
right?
I don't even want
Well,
to get
they
into
say he
that.
did, but we don't believe that.
I don't.
At least I don't.
Hell
But
no.
you know what I mean? He comes with notoriety. If he's
Mhm.
guilty, he'll have a target on his back, not for child abuse. It'll be for notoriety from the other prisoners.
Right.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that there's right. You know, right now he's in jail, but I wouldn't doubt
Yeah.
that there's gonna be worse criminals. What he
Yeah.
did is terrible, but
If
in
he
the
goes to prison,
prisons
yes.
here, oh
Yeah.
man,
He's
there's
in
people
trouble.
that, yeah,
Yeah, he's
100%.
he's not considered a chomo, so
Well,
No, but he's an easy target.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's a softie.
Well, he I believe the sheriff, when they first got him at that county where they have him, he kind of mentioned who they have in their cells right now, and he kind of was saying they're all just really just drunks, and you know, so he's not really
Yeah,
going to be
yeah. Right
too
now
where
he's
he's at.
just
They're not going to press him too hard.
no, hell
Did,
no.
is it just me, or do you think when they're doing an analysis of the Hyundai, that on the front driver's seat they're just going to find fecal matter?
Oh shit!
That's what I said.
Or
In
too
the
soon? Too soon.
Not soon enough.
Yeah, I'm
that's what I
still
was
here. I'm eating
saying.
a cereal bar now.
That second cop walked up to the car. He was like, "Damn, who shit themselves?"
what's that
They're going to
smell?
go, we can't find nothing. We can't
Scott,
find
are you
nothing.
implying that there might be some skid marks that were not
Oh
necessarily
yeah,
on the road?
oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying Omo won't get that shit out.
It's
He
fab.
literally shit the bed.
That was the meticulous cleaning he was doing.
Yeah, but I bet
Sorry,
you
I
didn't
couldn't
get
help
in every
myself.
nook and cranny.
No, that's what I said in chat. That you know, he may have missed the spot, and it could be as tiny as a pin drop, you know. And if they find it, and it's one of those kids, he's done.
I mean, just like the DNA they found on the thumb of the
Yeah,
sheath. Yeah.
like a skin cell, you know.
I keep
Mm-hmm.
thinking, why was there only DNA on that snap when he had to have touched the whole sheet at that same time? You're not just grabbing a snap. You have to put like both fingers on it.
I bet you he wiped it all down, but
Yeah.
didn't think about the snap underneath the
Yeah.
button.
And I said before, leather, you know, the oils from your hands transfer to leather really quick. And if you touched it, it would leave a fingerprint.
I mean, he could have handled it with gloves, you know, every time, and
Yeah.
but
Except
just
for
maybe
that
one
time you
time.
touched the snap.
Exactly.
Yeah, Guapo. I was saying that honestly,
Waving.
what if he bought that knife that day? You know, there's a chance, you know, that he didn't have that knife for days or weeks or months. He could have
Yeah.
acquired it that day. And from the point he got it,
Well,
handled it like he was in the grocery store with gloves. You know, it's cold out there. It's not going to look strange with someone wearing gloves, you know?
yeah. But yeah, and I know we're just kind of going off the spot, but you got to think too, there would be cameras, James. So it probably, make.
No,
I'm not
not
saying,
from a store. It don't have to be from a store.
where would he get it from?
Well,
Maybe the dark web in a
you
mailbox.
know how he got the other knife.
Yeah. Just through like a private thing.
Yeah, just, made up
That's true.
an
That's
account.
true.
Yeah.
But
Made an
I mean,
account
you
up,
would think
bought the
that they
knife.
would come forward with it, unless that would be an accomplice, pretty much. If somebody sold, hey, I sold somebody a K-bar knife that night. I don't know. It's possible, James, but
Yeah, it's possible.
for
But,
sure.
it's just speculation. Because
Yeah.
I'm like Ray, like, damn, like, how did he not touch more of that sheath, at least the sheath? We don't know about the knife as of now, but,
Yeah.
like, how did
Yeah,
he
I'm with y'all
only
on
touch
that.
that? You can't really, it's not like a piece of stainless steel where you can just wipe it off. Like, it's leather, How did he?
Yeah, leather, it's going to make an imprint that lasts. It won't go away. You have to put oil on it and rub it through like a glove, to change it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Anybody from Australia have any more or any more theories? I'd love these.
Hey, I say Scott's is plausible. It's a plausible theory.
It is. There's a couple things I feel like that kind of are a little bit hard to
Far-fetched,
explain through, but it
stretching.
does sound good though.
Yeah.
For sure, for the most part.
Because I would think if he went into her room, there would be footprints in her room too.
Exactly. That's the first thing I thought. If he went into his
Yeah.
room, and I think he left in a hurry, is always been my impression. So I don't think he had time to chit chat with anybody.
If it's correct that, after that interaction with Dylan, he would have been heading out the door, because that's what it says. She seen him walk to the sliding door and go out of it. So that would have been the combination of possibly 4 different bloods, and if he entered her room, especially the way Xana and Ethan supposedly got it, like you say, I would expect that those footprints would have tracked into that room also.
And I've seen on a lot of other streams where they've theorized and kind of tried to prove that Dylan had to have came out of a room to see what she saw the way she saw it, not just cracked the door and peeked out, because that angle would only show a certain spot. She wouldn't be able to see the sliding glass door where she said he went out.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I
they
want to
say
hear.
women
I
talk.
want to hear CC's and Gem J's theory.
That's what I'm asking. They're not talking, and then they're trolling
Because
us
we
for
can't
talking.
get a word in.
Well, I was
It's
going to
like
say,
a bunch of
what's
old
Oh my
going on with you lot
God.
going on?
Jeez.
I asked y'all what y'all. Good Lord.
Yeah, but then you all start talking, and we cannot get a word in. Can we, Crime
I
Crazy?
apologize. I apologize. I would love to hear what y'all say.
It's
Sorry,
like
ladies.
Country Men's Association up here.
I know, right? They'll be talking about baking soon.
I love the cook.
Don't tempt us. I love baking. Okay, ladies, I want to hear y'all.
Well, I've always had my theory. And my theory from the beginning was SK, which obviously probably not. But it was someone that they didn't know. And he snuck in like a ghost and did what he did and snuck back out. And then when it all came out who it was, well, there was part of it. I really don't know what went on when he went in there and what Dylan saw and who, how, who, when. That bit, I'm just a bit funny with that bit. What do you think, Crime Crazy?
I'm typing. Hang on.
I was gonna say, sounds like I hear.
Hang on, I'm just kicking someone.
Yeah, I heard something.
Hang on. I'm just
Just
slapping someone
pulling
over
out
the
my
head.
wrench.
Oh, why would you say that? Why would you talk in
Oh,
front
hang
of me
on.
about wrenches? That's so mean.
What do we call it, Scott? A spanner.
A spanner.
It's a spanner.
My theory is
It's
he's
like,
as guilty as sin.
Yeah, I agree.
You think he was there?
Yep. He fits the profile.
Call
I
911. I heard
think
someone
it's
scream.
his first and only murder. I don't think he's done it before.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
It is all about power and control for him.
Yep, I agree.
And yeah, I will lay bets on the fact that he has got that knife, or he's got it close by. Put it that way. I don't think he would let control of that knife go, because that is a symbol to him of his strength and his power. I think it's close by his parents' house. I don't say it's in the house, but I think it's close by in Pennsylvania.
So you think it did the trip, CC?
Did I think he did what?
Do you think it did the trip? Do you think it did the trip with him?
Yeah.
That
I
face
honestly,
says it all, doesn't it?
well, yeah, I mean, literally, he was packing the puppies when they pulled him up, wasn't he?
oh, he crapped himself.
I mean, that look on his face, people say, oh, well, he was trying, or he was not happy with his father blurting out all the details of where they were going. But I honestly think at that point in time, that was the first time he felt fear or consequences of what he'd done.
Yeah.
You look at his demeanour today in court, all hunched over, sunken. Even his eye contact was different than what it has been in the past. I think reality has now hit. He's come out of whatever delusional state that he was in. And I think that, yeah, he's now starting to realise the consequences of what he's done.
Well, and his actions once he got there, the first night they got there, he scrubbed the car and then threw all the trash in the neighbour's bin.
Yeah, well, I mean, admittedly, when I have prawns at Christmas, I throw my rubbish in the neighbour's bin too. But I'm not hiding, evidence of a murder.
Yeah, there's no murdering with your prawns.
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone knows you've got to get rid of your prawns.
Yeah,
What's
just
that
put them in the
feeling too,
freezer. I'll stop it. They have no feelings, have no brain. No, but there's either
After the brilliant, I love it.
He because he went the long way around, obviously avoiding toll roads. Because apparently the trip that he made, we went through another place which you just don't. So to me, that's avoiding toll roads.
But he's taking the long way. He's not taking a direct route, which would be the first thing that law enforcement or anybody looking for him would do, would be to map out the fastest route home, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but
usually, so he's taken a bypass. He's added extra time onto his return to Pennsylvania. There's just a lot of stuff just in that ride home that's questionable. And I mean,
They've been changing the number plates like 3 times.
Exactly. That is
there's just a lot of circumstantial stuff that we've been given, and we'll have to wait another 6 months to find out factually.
And we can speculate and have as many theories as we want, but we'll just have to wait.
Yeah,
because I think they have a lot more up their sleeve.
Of course they do.
They have so much more up their sleeve. They have why do you think he looks so forlorn?
Yeah, they will never ever take my word and experience for it. They will never ever disclose. They'll only put it this way: they'll only disclose what they need to, to get the warrant, and then that's it.
Hey, they shut it down from the get-go. They didn't give out any information.
No.
They're not going to give out none now.
And as much as everyone got up there and said, we want to know more, they're not going to let you know more. You might as well just cut cut it in the butt right now because you're not going to know more, because otherwise it's going to
We,
jeopardize their case.
but look,
So
at the end of the day,
serious question. If the evidence they put out is the only evidence they got, do you think he's going to be convicted?
No.
I think he will, but won't be an easy job for the defence or
Yes.
for the prosecution, for that matter.
Yes, I agree with that.
I think he'll get myself with the evidence that they do have. I have reasonable doubts.
Yeah, there's reasonable doubt there. They're going to have to, both sides are going to have to fight hard.
Yeah,
with what we've got so far.
They've got much
Yeah.
more. They
course
have
they
got. You can
Yeah, I
tell.
believe
You can
so.
tell.
I believe they got him dead to rights.
I mean, for them, they knew about the car from the 29th of November, but they didn't let anyone know, and they made everyone look for a 2013 Elantra when it was really a 2015. You know, like they threw things out because they did not want the internet sleuths fooling this, and them stupid twats that went down there, and they didn't want them to wreck it.
Yeah, you've got to realise too, YouTube or any social media has absolutely no right to any further information.
Exactly.
We forget that we want it and we want it now, but
Exactly.
we have no right to it.
Mm-hmm.
But you
I
also
pay
have to
taxes in
think
America. I'm allowed.
that some sleuths have helped solve crimes.
I think majority of sleuths have hurt the crime. This one.
Yeah, look, don't get me
sure.
wrong. I mean, I think what Lost is doing in all the other, most of the other channels,
most,
they're in it for the right reason. I don't condone people going to outside people's homes with a loud foghorn blower and all the rest of the garbage that goes on. I don't condone any of that.
I don't even condone them going down and standing in front of the house and going, "This is the something house," like it's a house.
Don't even talk to anybody on social media who's associated with the case. That's just like pathetic in my mind. People harassing somebody.
But what purpose does it serve other than to give them content for their channel?
Yep.
Yeah.
What good does it do for the victims or the victims' families? Absolutely nothing.
No.
Anyway, should sit down and shut up now.
No, don't shut up.
No, that was good.
You need to stand up and shout.
Yeah, I mean that was good. I like it.
Yeah, I loved it.
Crazy. You're just gonna have to start coming on panel more often.
Oh yeah.
Please.
And then we got to get White Widow baby up here.
Yeah. Good luck with that. You'll have to get her out of the closet first.
Well, she can come on panel while she's in the closet.
Yeah, I think everybody's observations are valid unless they're trolling and trying to be asses. Yeah.
Well, hang on. I deliberately troll. Like troll and I.
He does.
He's like, that was intentional.
Troll and I are the only trolls allowed in here. Everyone else gets kicked.
I have watched Troll. He's just switched his name like 4 times since I've been sitting here. All the mods start doing that, and then I don't know who's who.
I'll have to start thinking of a good name for 6 months' time.
Mate, I came in at Christmas and I had no idea. I saw the spanners and I'm like, okay, I've got no idea who's who. And then as you see them comment, you start to work out who's who.
I know. They will literally come in under a different name, and I have no idea which one is which until I go to I click on their name and go to their channel, and then I can figure it out.
You shouldn't have said that. Now I'll have to change my channel names as well.
Yeah,
I can still figure it out.
That's why I did Bingo Detective.
I want to know where my picture's gone. Usually I have a picture there, and it's not there anymore. I don't know. My YouTube's been doing stupid stuff. I can only get top chat on my phone. I can't get live chat.
Hey, if you realise that is prejudice against Aussies. None of the Aussies have got pictures up.
Yeah,
I usually do have a picture.
I got a picture up. I'm gonna change my picture for you Aussies and show you my Carolina dog. Tell me if it looks like a dingo. I've never seen my picture. I don't
Got to walk over to
know
the
what it's
television.
doing.
My
I
eyes
don't
aren't
even
that
know where
good.
my picture went. I had a picture like with a eye patch and purple and a crow. It's not there.
Who has a dingo? Is he talking about? That's a video of me. I'm not a dingo.
No, I'm saying I had a Carolina dog,
I'm a
and they
dingbat,
call
but not a
them the
dingo.
American dingoes. And I want the Aussies to tell me how close it looks to a actual dingo.
Have you guys heard of drop bears?
Oh God, let's not get started on the drop bears.
Didn't we go through that just
Yes,
before
we did.
We've
last
already
week?
we've already educated lost souls on what drop bears are.
Yeah,
We did.
they're dangerous.
Yeah.
At night they are.
They work
I don't believe in them.
They will. They'll just drop
Oh,
out of the
they
trees.
exist.
I don't believe in them.
Look, when I used to ride to school on Makanga, like the drop bears used to jump out of the trees, and they've got fangs bigger than the wolves. Like they are
Is
huge.
that when you used to walk your wombat?
That are you talking about? But Wally, yeah, I love Wally. He was great.
Yeah,
Wally
you
was
used to walk your wombat to school too. No, but dead set. People like we get asked all the time. Have you got kangaroos in your front yard? Well, it depends where I live. In some places we do have a front yard. And do you have koalas? Well, it depends also where you live because you've got them too.
I'm so jealous. I would love to see a kangaroo.
no drop bears.
Oh.
Penny in chat said drop deads. No, drop bears. They're bears.
They're
I
bears
am
that
going
jump out
to
of the trees.
I'm going to Australia. I'm bringing me back a baby kangaroo, y'all.
Oh,
What
here
do
we go.
They look
kangaroos
so
taste
cool.
like?
Watch and see. I'm gonna figure out how to do it.
I don't know. I won't eat them.
It tastes very good, actually. I've got to tell
No,
you,
I won't eat
it's
them.
very lean meat.
I can't.
Kangaroo.
What does
Yeah.
it taste like?
Yeah.
Very lean, very good.
Steak.
Yeah.
I know
Very,
ostrich
you've got to
tastes good.
cook it properly.
Have you had
I
emu,
guess
Scott?
it could dry out pretty easy.
Yeah. There's not
Yes.
a lot of fat.
No fat. Yeah. But don't they just like go a long distance? They can travel forever. So is that right?
Yeah, they you know that they actually you hear the saying boxing kangaroo. They
You want a
actually
wallaby
do box.
skipper?
Mm-hmm.
Like they'll
And
come
they'll-
up to you and they'll take you out with their hind legs and then box you. There'll be a left-right combo. Bang, 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 bang.
And then go off with your girlfriend. Good Lord.
And don't
All
they
the
drown
time.
dogs?
And they'll take your dog as well.
Yeah, they drown dogs. They go in the water and drown them.
They've done
Take your
that too.
girlfriend, they'll
Yep.
take your dog.
Hmm.
Never trust
Because-
a kangaroo.
I haven't done this tonight. Back on topic, please.
Okay. See, this is where crime crazy's good because everyone's scared of her. So if she's up here,
I'm
it's
sitting
like,
up in my chair. Sorry.
Well, you all should be too.
I'll fight you.
Yes, Siffer, not just any wallaby. You want a wallaby that doesn't smell. Yeah, he keeps on saying to me, "Can you get me a wallaby that doesn't smell?"
Well, good luck
No.
with that.
I know, right? Where am I going to get one?
It's like a baby fur seal. Nope. They look cute, but they stink.
I
Stick
don't even know what a
wallaby.
wallaby is.
Well, I
What
do
is-
have
what is a
kangaroos in
wallaby?
my front yard.
I need some more kangaroo pictures. I'm crazy.
All right. Well, I've got some kangaroo poop on the driveway. You want a picture
I've-
of
Well,
that?
I don't want that. I want the
I've
kangaroo
got it.
pictures.
Lisa,
On the phone.
American dingo
Other
also
phone, I've
called
got-
Carolina dogs.
Carolina dogs.
Ah.
Did you? Who was the one who said they had kangaroos? Was that crazy?
Me.
Crime
Do
crazy.
you- Crime crazy. Do you ever see? Don't the males get real like testosterone and like huge?
Oh yeah.
Like you don't want to mess with those.
No,
Oh,
no,
I
no.
wonder if I still have that picture on my phone of the one crime crazy that you sent to me that was like all bowed up and stuff.
Oh, that big
Gee,
buck.
I've-
Yeah.
Yes.
I would love to
if I
see it.
still, let me see
They,
if I
they
still
look like
have
they're
it
on
on here.
steroids.
Except if you're feeding them raisin bread, and they love raisin bread, and then they settle down.
Yeah, I don't get close
I've
enough to
got
give them that.
photos. I've got photos of me feeding one at the back door. raisin toast, and he's this great big mother with like sort of half a droopy eye, and he's enormous, and he's just taking raisin bread out of our hands.
Wow.
I've got photos of them. They're on my other phone. I'll try and find them and send them to you.
And small babies.
Yeah, and no, they're dingoes that take small babies.
No, it's
Come
the
on, Scott.
dingoes that take the babies.
Sorry, wrong story.
Exactly.
Wait, I wonder if that kangaroo you were feeding had just lost his alpha spot and he was having a consolation dinner from you.
The raisin toast. Nah, they were just all spoiled.
The
where
males-
my friend lives, we used to go to, like, they used to come up to her back door. She used to live on units. And they come up to her back door, so we'd all stand there, and there'd be at least 7 or 8 of them just all standing around.
That is incredible. It's like deer in Texas, but kangaroos.
Yep, and we just feed them raisin bread, and you're not supposed to feed them that because it's not good for them.
Well, what's their and then like nature and out when they're not in captivity? Wow, what's their range of territory? Isn't it huge that they usually kind of patrol or that they inhabit?
They move from place to place.
Okay.
I don't think it's seasonal. Depending on what the weather's like too, whether there's feed available for them or water or.
Okay.
We have a creek that runs past our place, so they're always camped out because they've got fresh grass, they've got fresh water, so they're always here.
Incredible.
But yeah, I don't get close enough to feed them raisin bread, that's for sure. The big buck that's in the mob that's here, I wouldn't go within 10 feet of him.
I'm sorry, tangent. Lisa, Carolina dog's best dog I ever had, and they're actually, if you check their lineage, they're ancient dogs. They're like one of the first type of dogs.
And they're not kept in captivity; they're all wild.
No, they're wild. I've owned a Carolina dog. They're wild. They still live in the wilds. They actually came across the land bridge with the Eurasians over 20,000 years ago.
Jesus, I thought I just came into the History Channel.
No,
I was going to say, Crime Crazy, back on topic.
Yes, yes, okay. Look, I'm brain dead. After tonight's chat, I'm absolutely brain dead.
I missed most of it.
Well, you do a good job.
I only came
Y'all
in
are all
about
doing a good job down there.
ago.
It's a team effort. One in, all in.
Well, and I don't think Lost Souls gets enough. I don't show enough appreciation, and I'm sure it's why we're all here is because she's such a patient and good lady since comes across.
She has one of the better formats, I believe.
I am a very impatient person, I can tell you. Very impatient. I'm trying to find this picture.
Sorry, Lost Go.
Tread carefully.
My favorite chats with Lost is when she goes, I'm going to slap him beside the head. Look, she starts getting fired up, and and they're the best chats. Like, she just goes nuts.
Oh yeah, I can get upset too. I try not to, but sometimes it just comes out. I can't help it.
She's going to fire up. Like, I feel sorry for Troll because he's hiding in the cupboard with WW.
He's used to it though.
He's got to be a cool dude.
Like, he is literally used to it.
Yeah, sounds like y'all's family got a good sense of humor.
Well, I mean, he has to get on to me sometimes. He's like, "You can't be doing that when we go places." It's like, give a shit about being somewhere. I could give 2 shits less. Okay, I can't find the picture of the kangaroo.
Well, guys, I'm gonna hop into chat, so I appreciate y'all letting me come up and hang out.
I need to get down too.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Oh, thank you, Lost Souls. You do a great job. So, anyways, guys from Australia, Ray, y'all have a good one.
You as well. See you next time.
I'm going down too. I believe there's someone that's saying good night that I need to say good night to.
Okay, yeah, I'm probably fixing to end it here anyway in just a second. So, and
All
Crime
right.
Crazy, send me an email to remind me to send you the stuff on.
Send you an email to remind you to send me an email.
Yes,
Got it.
that's it. Because
Night
if
all.
not, I'll forget. So,
I know. Good night,
All right,
everyone.
I'm going to go cook some dinner.
Good night.
Night.
all
Good
right,
night,
y'all have
John
a good
Boy.
night.
Good
Bye.
night, Marianne.
Hey.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Marianne. I love that
Good night,
show.
Mary Ellen.
Come on, Mary Sue.
Good night. Oh,
Good night, Lars. Good night, Troll. Sleep well.
Scott,
Good
you have a
night,
good
Dingo
night.
Detective.
Good night, Jeb.
You're an idiot. I cannot believe that. Dingo Detective.
I can't believe I didn't catch it from the dingo. That's what he was doing
Oh,
last night, only he was like 10 times worse, y'all.
what?
Like,
You
he was like,
never caught on that would be Scott. Like,
no,
hello, look at
I
him.
never thought about it because all I seen was the name, and then I just see him like all up in the camera doing that, and I'm thinking, oh shit, this dude is like trolling me. And so I just left him sitting back in the back chat. I thought he would go into chat and say it's him, but he
You should have
didn't. So
clicked on to Dingo Detective.
I
Like,
know
Dingo.
I should have it. I didn't catch it though.
You watch, she'll come up with something else next time.
Yeah, I'll
And then,
change it up.
and then
Yeah.
he'll have to sit backstage unless he tells me that it's him.
He'll be on the Scotch next time.
Oh, I hope not.
So do I, by the sounds of it. All right, I'm going to go cook some dinner.
All right, Jim. You
All
have a
right,
good
see
night.
ya. Bye.
Okay. All right, bye. All right. Well, Scott, thank you for coming up. All right, y'all. So I'm fixing to end it. Let's see. Just emailed you a pic of a wallaby and baby taken on bush walk near my place. Okay, thank you, Harmony. I'll check it here in just a few minutes. All right, so thank you to everyone who was up on panel. That was a blast. We need to have another Aussie night. I need to get some UK people up here too on panel with me. Lisa, have a good night. And Scott, you have a good night as well. Thank you, El Guapo. Cakes, thank you. And Lisa, you're very welcome. Let's see. Emailing you the link to the Seal Tower. Okay, Alley Cat, thank you. All right, y'all. I'm just gonna get out of here. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with me tonight. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.